We are live. Hello everyone, how you guys doing? Apparently we're live. Let us know over here in the comments if we're live, or if not, let me know if you can hear it. I'm just trying to get a signal, make sure that everyone's hearing what we're hearing. I think we're live. I got a signal. Yeah, we're live. How are you guys doing? How's everyone doing over here? Thank you again for staying with us on Sunday. Damn, we already have 41 people listening to this. That's awesome. Welcome. I know that David's already here. Gonna give a warm welcome to everyone. Hi, Mr. Mix, how you doing? Motry, Assyrian, Bjorn, Elio 6, Chandler, Gazing, Kane. Again, thank you so much, Brian. Always a pleasure having you here.
No problem, these are always fun. So let's go.
Let's go. Let's start with David's songs. It's Build Bullet. So David, if you're ready, you can start. Let me just make sure that I'm getting a signal here. Can you guys hear it? Can you guys hear everything? I think yes. You can see it in Ableton. Perfect. Can you hear Brian okay as well? I feel that you need a bigger bass over here, right from the bat. That's what I'm missing here.
Yeah, there's not enough. The kick is really coming out, but there's not enough supporting it.
Yeah. The vibe is nice though. It definitely could be something.
The pluck. Yeah, the pluck. What is it? Pitch bend on there.
Yeah.
A little bit weird. And that sounds out of key, actually.
Which one? The bum 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 bum.
Yeah, and then it goes lower. It goes like da da da, and it sounded like it played the wrong note.
Mr. Koff, Alex, Rick. Yeah, what I would say over here is that the idea is good, it works, but it needs more. Like you need a story. You have the foundation, but you need the story. Now you need a base to increment that story, in my opinion. Hey Don J, how you doing? What do you think, Brian?
Yeah, I'm just hearing the bass now,
But
now, and it's too low.
Okay?
Yeah. A little lunch caught in the throat.
But yeah, I feel that it's a matter of like enhancing your bass. Bless you. I feel it's a matter of enhancing your elements over here, because you need a bigger bass, and you need to deliver this into a story, because at the moment it just feels like it needs more, you know?
Yeah, you can't really judge this one yet because the bass isn't there. Like once the bass gets brought up in volume, then you can see where you are with the track. But until you get that like backbone to it, there's no backbone in the song yet.
Yep.
So it's kind of hard to judge it. It's the drums are cool. Everybody will tell you drums are awesome. You did a good job with those. The vibe's cool, but yeah, just get a bass.
Yeah.
So.
I feel that you need a bass, and you can go either way. You can go for a more plucky bass, or you can go for a more like bang, kind of Afro house kind of bass. Thank you so much, Mr. Bjork. How you doing? I'll bump you up in a bit. We have everything over here on Google Sheets, so we can control everything, and this is the order at the moment. But now let's keep on going to Adria Falco.
Yep.
Let me just raise the volume over here. Not sure if Adria is here. I might want to skip this until he's here. and go into Bram. I know that Bram is already here. So Adria, if you're here, let us know in the comments. Let's go to Bram.
Okay.
Hey, Mr. Mason, how you doing? We have our 2 mods in the house as well. So be careful. They're looking. Hey, Artham, how you doing? NPC. Marco. Thank you guys. What do you think, Brian?
I'm not 100% sold on the male vocal on the top. I think everything else is great. I'm just not, like, it's interesting. This vibe is more progressive house, and that vocal almost sounds like it's Afro house, and so it doesn't really match for me.
Yeah.
So that's the only thing for me.
Well, to me, I feel that the song was a bit too busy in the low end. Like, it felt a bit like Afro house, and normally these songs, again, thank you so much. I'm gonna organize the donations afterwards, but I feel that there's a bit too much low end, there's a bit too much toms in the song, and I feel that we could have a little bit less of that. The melody over here, like, because I've already received songs from you, I kind of know that I've already listened to that kind of riff. So I'd go for something a bit different, just because it's like, it's similar to the idea that you sent me for. I like how the percussions grow, but I feel that it needs to be a little bit simpler at the moment, because it's too aggressive on the bass for Afro House and it's too soft for melodic techno. So it's kind of in between, but not here and not there, you know? So as a melodic techno label, I wouldn't sign it because it's too soft. As an Afro House, it's too aggressive, you know what I mean? I'd go either way, because I think that you're going to have an easier time finding a label for this.
Yeah, it's more of a progressive house song than anything else. But that's why I say, like, it's one of two things. You either have to go full progressive, and if you go full progressive, you have to get rid of that vocal. If you go full Afro house, you can do that, but then you have to go that direction with the bass, like you're talking about.
Yeah.
So it's a tweener right now. I really like it as a progressive house track more personally for me. So I think that actually would go that way. And to your point, kind of, and I hate to say this, but to your point, the melody, you've heard it before. I've never heard that type of melody before.
Yeah.
I actually really liked it. Like that was really catchy for me. So
keep on it.
Like I get the idea, but yeah, if that sounds like you, then keep it.
Keep it. 100%. That's just an opinion. I received a donation by a guy called APX. I don't know who, like, I don't remember this by name. So if you could let me know, I would appreciate it. Okay, and I'll bump you up in the let me know over here in the comments below. But I feel that that's mainly it. I would make the bass a lot softer. I think that has a more Afro vibe into than progressive. So it's up to you wherever you want to take it to.
Yeah.
Okie dokie, let's keep on going. Mr. SCPK, I'm not sure if he's here. Let me see in the chat. Not sure he's here. So let's skip until he says he's in the label. Aura, are you here? Let us know. Burke, are you here? Whoever is here. Dacinit, are you here? Sarion, I think that Sarion is here. Sarion is here. So let's go to Sarion first and then we go afterwards. But your song is 8 minutes long, and we're going to have to go a little bit. Okay, so Steven is here. Let's go back to Aura.
To Aura? Okay. Got Aura. Perfect.
But Syrian, we're going to have to skip your song a little bit because 8 minutes, it's a bit too long. I'm just organizing the while we listen over here. Really cool. Hey, get the jacket. How are you doing? What do you think, Brian?
Like, everything is good. I have one minor comment.
Sure, hit it up. Hit us up.
Yeah, so the one minor thing that I would like to see is on the build up and then the drop. just a touch more tension. I would love for the volume to drop a little bit lower, or maybe space, bring it in narrow, and then expand back out when the drop happens. That's just like the only thing I was missing there.
Yeah, to me, it kind of, I missed a bigger melody. Like, something over here could have gone, like, added a bit more tension, a bit more vibe to it. When I listened to it, it was hard for me to grasp to something. I like this, but I feel that it could be a little bit bigger. Maybe a sustained lead. I don't know. I feel that it needed a hook in the song, a bigger hook, in my opinion. What do you think? Do you agree?
Yeah, I mean, that's like, either way, you either need to make the drop hit harder by building the tension more with getting it away. But I see your point of like it not having a full hook, but there's a lot of progressive trance, because that's what I classify this as. It doesn't have that, and it's the bass that's driving it, that really grindy bass.
I agree with you. Like,
so that's where, if that's more pronounced, then
yeah, I feel that it to me, it lacked a little something, you know, like even the bass, that bass wasn't, maybe it's a little bit more excitement for the bass. The song is nice. It's nicely mixed. It's punchy, nice as well. I feel that it's more on the composition side. So that's why we didn't mention anything, I think, so technical, but that's mainly it. Great improvement, Aura. I like to see how you're improving everything. Hope that this was helpful. Again, I feel that, again, if this song was mine, I'd probably make the lead a little bit more sustained. That's what I would do. Okie dokie. Possibly tease it over here in the breakdown as well with a sustained lead. Okie dokie, let's keep on going. Burke. Was Burke here? I don't remember. Burke wasn't here, so let's skip to Dinat, because Dinat is here.
Which one? What number is that?
Dinat is this one here, Mickey 7.
7. Okay, Mickey. Oh, Birch is here, so we'll go back to his.
Yeah, we'll go back to his after hers.
Yeah.
Oh, I remember seeing him. Sorry. You could low cut your pads a bit, in my opinion.
Yeah, then they're a little bit loud. They're overtaking everything.
Especially because over here at 137, you take it all away. And I'm like, now that I'm kind of questioning why you're introducing this over here if it's not going to be a part of the main drop. I really like the groove that you have here with this kind of plucky leads, but it felt a bit empty without the pads over here. So I would probably make it a little bit quieter, or even get it away in the intro.
Yeah, I just thought the pads are just too loud for me.
Yeah.
And also that kind of single note or two note melody that's going on, that's got the distortion on it, gets a little bit resonant.
Yeah, but I like it though. I like the vibe of it. It's just I
like it. Yeah, that's a mixing thing. Bring it down in volume.
Yeah. Yeah, probably some effects over here. Things are just ending, you know, like, and it's kind of feeling empty. So I feel that if you had something to not to build this, but something to make it transition a bit better, for example, from A to B, I feel that you need some sort of transition over there. Hey, dummy, how you doing?
Yeah, the acid is also kind of coming out of left field a little bit for me. Like, I don't know that it fits the vibe of this track. And it's also, if you're going to do acid, acid almost needs to be in your face, intense, like right there. And that was just kind of like, I don't know, it was too weak for me. Like, give me the strong acid.
Yeah. Hey Christopher, how you doing? Yeah, I feel that this is needing a bit of ambience. Even though you have the pads in the background giving the ambience here, I feel that you need some sort of like percussions and also like some, you know?
The sweeps are there, but they're too soft, and because your pads are so loud, it doesn't, like, you can't hear them.
Yeah.
They'll build up, but they're just like behind in the background.
Yep, 100%.
This is one of those, I can hear the loop that you made, and the loop is really good.
Yeah.
It's the arrangement and the details that need to go into it. I would love to take this section right here and build that out more with like a B section to the pluck, and take the bass and do something else with it in the break. Maybe put in a Reese or something that is different enough so that when it comes back to this loop, it's back to something really good. But the difference between that's just not enough right now.
Yeah, I 100% agree. I feel that you have a good 8 bar and you can develop it a bit more, as Brian is saying. 100% agree with him. It just needs to develop a bit more. This drop needs to be bigger than what it is, because this section over here feels bigger than this.
Yeah, it did.
So in a way, that you need to make your drop 2 bigger than your drop 1. Otherwise, I'm gonna ask you like, why? Like, the drop 2, imagine, is like the climax of the story. It's like the moment where people are waiting for. So if you give something that it's chiller than what I've already listened, I'm gonna be like, like it can feel a little bit anticlimactic. So invert this possibly. That could be an idea. Use drop 1 as 2 and 2 as 1. But you still need to develop 2 a little bit more.
Yeah, and the break, again, in the break, if you're not going to do acid, where acid is taking over and making this really intense thing, it's not a good background piece. Like, that's not what it's meant for.
Yeah.
So don't put that in there. Like, change the break and make the break with a different bass, because you have that bass that's playing, and the style of that bass doesn't really tend to work well in a break, because it's dun 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 dun, and instead of something that's sustained, where if you have a respace that's there, that's like wah, and is your warm kind of blanket for that piece, that's where you're going to get something that sounds better as a break, rather than that bass that you have in there.
Yeah, so. 100% agree. So hope it was helpful to you, dude, and thank you for sending. Thank you. I think, if I recall, it's the first time sending to us, so I appreciated you joining us. And now let's go to Burke.
Yep.
I already heard Burke, and it's good. It feels good. At least it left me a good impression of it.
Oh, so you're cheating on me, huh?
First of all, appreciate all the donations. I really, really appreciate it. It really helps the stream a lot, and keep doing this.
That part right there where you had the toms and then it went into something weird happened there. Like it was almost missing a sound. It sounded like it dipped. That was odd.
Yeah. I feel that the kick needs to be a bit louder. Like, if you want to do a fake drop, because this felt like a fake drop, but it missed the kick, you know?
Yeah, it was weird. It was odd.
It was. I agree with you.
I also kind of feel like the bass could come up a little bit. Not the sub, but like the middle is missing something.
Yeah, so when we see it over here, the first thing is this sub is a bit too loud, especially in the breakdown. I feel that it needs to be a bit quieter, maybe change it to a drone, just to change things up, you know? The piano could be a little bit louder.
Yeah, it's the only thing showing up on the spectrum. That's funny.
Yeah, like we can see it if we make it a bit louder, but this is just like too loud, you know?
Yeah.
And it stands out over here when we listen to it.
This is a Rhodes or I don't even know if that's an organ or a horn. That's really good.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm missing mid bass for some reason.
The thing is, the sub is just so loud that when a drop comes, it feels like it's not hitting with full power, you know? Maybe it needs a bit more power.
That might be it.
Yeah, in the kick. Because this kind of genre, it normally has a bit more sub than anything else. It's kind of odd, but it's kind of how it is.
That piano sound or whatever that is, electric piano sound, you nailed that. Like, that's awesome.
Yeah, I agree with you. I feel that fix the kick and bass relationship and you're golden. Like the vibe is amazing.
Yeah, whatever else you do with it, and I keep going back to it, but that sound that you got there, that you nailed, like that is the track. Like people are going to gravitate to that. That's going to be what is the hook. That is everything, and you got the sound right, and it's like that. Whatever else you do, it does not matter because you got that right.
Yeah,
that's just how it is.
Yeah, I agree with you. I feel that I agree with what Apocalypse Musical is saying. Like the mix is nice, but it feels a bit flat because the kick is not punching through and the sub is too loud. So that gives a sense of like lack of punch in the sound. You know, I would make either the kick a bit louder or possibly the sub quieter and the kick louder. Could be both.
I think it's sub down because it feels like the mid bass is missing because the sub's too loud.
Yeah,
you've got this great sub, but like stuff in the middle is just not. It's not there for me. I'm not feeling it when it's supposed to hit, and that's the problem.
Yeah. Now let me just load all the other songs. So while everything loads over here. Assyrian first. Mr. Assyrian Fleek. I'm glad that you liked it, Burke. It's a really nice song. Like, honestly, one of my favorites from you, to be honest. So, nice one on there. So I feel that Assyrian, I would go back to Burke's song. Now you have a bit too much low mids in the song, in my opinion.
Yeah, it's a little bit muddy.
Yeah, and you need
the opposite way.
You need a bit more kick. You need a little bit more low mids. You need a bit less low mids as well, because it's punchy because of the excess of low end. And that's in it. Listen to the effects in the background, how they help build tension to the sound. But I agree, because you have so much low mids, it just feels a bit too big over there.
The clap needs, I agree with Don J. The clap needs a little bit more intensity on the high end. Like it needs to snap. It needs to be a
Love the melody, by the way. Love this.
Yeah. Yeah, that delay is really cool.
Yeah. Alex Hart, you message if you can still submit a track. I mean, we're already in 60, so I'm not sure I'll be able to cover everything, but I'll do my best. So if you want to, feel free. If not, I'll listen tomorrow or the day after. I'll go through it. Second thing, this drop is a bit too long. It's just like, feels that it's a bit too long, and just same thing to you, Pillow Ears.
This is where 8 minutes of a track is too much. Like you.
Can you see how I'm scrolling and it doesn't feel like it's changing much?
Let's see what this drop does.
Yeah.
That wasn't bad.
But the thing to me is that it's just, it goes back to what I've already listened, you know?
Yeah, yeah.
Can you see this?
Yeah.
So what I would do here, I'm just gonna keep on playing in the background. But I feel that, yeah, you need to make this a little bit more dynamic. I would make it a bit smaller. So in order, make it smaller, make it more dynamic. Making it smaller will make it more dynamic. Raise the kick, lower the low mids. I feel that that's the main issue so far. Brian?
Yeah, I've said this before, and I think it's something that I go over with my own tracks. Is start with a song, like if you're going to lay out your track, start with it at 5.5 minutes. If you can tell your story in 5.5 minutes, then you've done it right. If you need to expand that by 30 seconds to get it to 6, that's fine, but that will make just a tight track for you. If you try to make a track and you don't have a planned layout and you go to 8 minutes, like as a listener, we're too short in attention span. It's just not going to be able to work for most people. So.
Yeah. I mean, depending on your genre, it works, but for most people, it's just a bit too long. And I agree with this. I 100% agree with what Brian said.
If you're gonna do an 8-minute track, it has to be different at multiple points throughout the track. So you have to change a lot of things to get it to 8 minutes and change it up a lot. And this doesn't do it. So it's just like, again, if you could put it in 5.5 minutes, I think storytelling in 5.5 minutes is actually good practice. Just try that out. So.
100% agree there. Voldea, are you there? Let me know. I haven't seen you here in the chat, so I'll just skip you for now. Shakir, I think that he's here.
Okay.
Yeah, so if you're here, let us know, but I think that he is. Yeah, he is. I can see him there.
Okay.
Oops. Oh, nice. Oh, Voldea is also here, so Voldea afterwards.
In the sea of broken dreams, there are washed out memories beyond the sound.
Wow, I love those. I think it's Dorian, right? It feels different though.
sure I like the clap underneath sound.
Visions and spells, 'cause most things fail. Yeah.
I feel that you have too much sub, and I feel that the vocal gets a bit too quiet, especially over here in the build-up.
Yeah. Yeah.
So automate that as well would be a nice move.
If you have track spacer or something like that, you need to throw it on there to get the vocal up higher.
Percussions could be a bit louder as well. Feel it just a tiny bit.
We will reach the farthest shore, no doubt about it. And despite the hourglass, we built a love that was meant to last. And we won't live in the past, no doubt about
Hey
it.
James.
We're just caught in the crossfire. We're just caught in the crossfire.
Yeah.
I personally feel that you can get this sign. I mean, that's my opinion, but I feel that you can. I do have some comments though. You can start, Brian.
Yeah, I'm gonna let it play out. Yeah, for me, there's really just two things with this track. The first thing is the mixing of the vocal, like we were talking about, it needs to stand out more. Your second drop is great, and so that's what's going to get the track signed. If you get somebody to listen to it to that point, and because the vocals are really good, I think you will. The clap for me in the break is one thing that I like very much was not happy with. And that's me, maybe, and like Leo said, he liked it, but I felt like it was wide for being wide, and it was splashy when it should have popped a little bit more. So I just don't know that that's the right piece that you want right there. But when the rim shot comes in and it layers, it does sound better right there with that. So I think it fits once it's in there, but I just don't like it in the break. So
Yeah, even though I didn't feel anything at first, when Brian explains it like this, I agree with him. I feel that it feels a bit splashy, a bit too wide, and when you layer over here in the breakdown in the drop, it feels a bit better because you have a rim playing as well, so that feels a little bit snappier. There's a bit too much sub. The pads have too much low mids, and the lead also could be a little bit midier with less low mids as well. I feel that it's a matter of balancing-ish, because the overall balance is fine. It's not perfect, but it's fine. And I really like the vocal, but over here, for example, while listening and like pay attention to what's happening in the song, I can't really say what the vocalist is singing. So normally that's a cue for me to raise the vocals, because I'm hearing he's saying like shwa, 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 but I can't really understand the words, you know. And of course I'm not a native speaker, but even then, like that might be because of it, but it was hard to understand what's happening. I feel that the vocal could go up a nudge, in my opinion.
yeah, like I said, if it's a mixing thing, I think if you do have like track spacer or something like that, where it's a sidechain plugin, you can sidechain the bass more to the vocal, and it would bring it out. Because if you use a male vocal, the singing range is in the range where the bass is, and so that's always a good conflict area where you're not going to get very clear vocals come through that way. So if you have the plugin, if you don't, otherwise it's just the EQing that you need to do. But those mixing things are minor.
Yeah. Nick, are you here? We have to go back to Voldea. So let me know, Nick, if you're here. Yes, Nick is here. So yeah, it's just because I haven't seen your comments. So hope that you like the feedback, Shakir. I don't know how you say your word, but I would say Shakir. shaker. See, I like this clap better.
Yeah, that's narrow. Like you can hear it. It's more narrow. Shikar? Sorry, I did that on purpose.
Shikar. Love the vocal, by the way. Love the lead as well.
The vocal's nice. I like that you like it. The formants on it are weird, so it's because it's dropped so low. I think you dropped the formants.
Yeah.
That's yeah. See, Artificial Fire Tiger is saying the same thing. Is it a female vocal that you pitched down? Because that's kind of what it sounds like.
The lead is great. The arm in the background is awesome as well.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Milance asking about the toms being too loud. I don't know. I kind of like them there. I think they're more the bass than an actual bass here. So I think it fills in nicely.
No, I would prefer an actual bass there.
Would you? Yeah, it's a give and take. It's
My main comment over here is the kick has a bit too much knock. It's a bit too pom, pom. It could be a little bit quieter, and I feel that that's only EQ.
I like the toms. I don't think a bass is necessary there, in my opinion, because I think it's different. I like the concept of it.
Yeah. What I'm loving is that all the songs today are like 3 minutes and 50. This is just like
perfect.
Yeah, this is perfect because we can do more songs this way. Nick, again, Volia, that's mainly what I have to say. Like, I was just before the live stream was just looking for leads for one of my songs that I'm working on, and like I was like, oh, that's a really cool lead, you know. So, good job on that one. I really like the vibe of it.
Which one is Nick?
Nick is I colored over here. It's 12. No, wait,
12.
no. Yeah, 11.
11. Okay. Got it.
Hey Sam, how you doing? Oh, love it. Kick could be louder though.
Yeah, that was my immediate thing, was I'm missing a kick.
Hey Vigma, how you doing?
That pitch bend was cool.
Yeah. The stream has been running for, I don't know,
45?
since 45, yeah. But it'll be there. I'll be here for like a long time. Yeah, the kick is the main thing to me. Like the kick could be a lot louder, in my opinion.
It's almost like there isn't a kick. This is more an ambient track right now.
Mr. Chandler? How are you doing? There you go. Boom.
Those new percussions that come in, I'm not
Too loud.
sold on those. Yeah. Well, also, I think from a sound design standpoint, they're kind of the wrong flavor for this.
See, I liked it in the beginning, but over here I'm starting to feel that it's getting a bit too repetitive in the second part of the song. I like the addition of percussions, but I feel that they were added a bit too loud, as Brian is saying. I would appreciate if you added like a hat or a shaker as a hat or something like this to make the song grow a little bit. The vibe is good, but as I said, it's missing kick, and it's missing a bit of variation in the drop too. Maybe a longer break over here. And like,
I just noticed it doesn't have a clap either.
yeah,
Like there's no snare clap or anything like that.
yeah. The break could be longer.
Oh no, I'm hearing it, but
Yeah.
it's really, really soft.
Yeah, the break could be longer, and that part over here that you're adding over here in the break, you could have gone in the second part with it, you know?
Yeah, this is one of those you have a good idea,
Yeah.
and a good foundation of things. Now it's just about like you've painted something, and now you kind of need to scrape some areas off and
Yeah.
kind of take them back, but then also like add something that's intense in there, which is the kick. Like a kick should be there in dance music, and this just doesn't have one. So it needs to be more present. And as soon as you do that, it might change the direction of the track and the way that it's going. So yeah, I think that's the biggest thing for me.
Yeah, and one thing that I would recommend over here is in the breakdown, I would consider changing the melody altogether. Change the because that would break the song a little bit, and that would break the repetitiveness feeling of the song, in my opinion. Okie dokie.
Yeah.
Hope you like the feedback, dude. And now let's go to Hencho. 3 minutes, love it. Hey TM, how you doing? Don't forget to hit that like button if you haven't liked it yet. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel if you're not subscribed to the channel. And yeah, hope you guys are having a nice time over here.
Piano's great.
Yeah. We're 3 likes away from 8,300. So if you haven't subscribed, 3 subscribes away from that. So if you haven't, help us. Love the melody. Love the 2. Only 2.
Good build.
Yeah. Wow.
Yep. The clap could be a little louder, just a little bit.
+1. We needed 1.
But those toms are fantastic. Toms or taikos or something. The low drums.
You guys are legends. The leads could be a little bit louder. having a vocal could add a nice background to the song, you know? Like just like a
It could. Vocal stabs.
yeah. Like love it, love it, love it, love it, love it. Like this is a really nice song. This boom was too long, was too big, too loud, and could have been shorter. Like this could have gone from here.
I don't know. I like that tension.
You liked
I
it?
disagree with you. I like it. I'll leave it at that length, in my opinion.
But wow, dude, this is really, 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 really cool. Like really, really, really cool. Oh, the lead could be louder as well. It was a bit in the background. I feel that it's kind of behind the piano, and I feel that it needs to be in front of the piano. But great song,
Yeah,
dude.
it's a minor mixing things on this, but otherwise it's the same as what I said to somebody else. Like you've nailed the sounds, and that makes the track. So you've
Yeah.
done the right thing. It's just like minor things to touch it up.
Yeah, I agree with you. Elio 6. Let's go to Patrick now.
More pianos.
More pianos.
Done in a different way though, so I like that.
Yeah. Thank you, Aonia. How you doing?
The kick's got a bit too much click top end for me.
I agree. Vocal could be louder.
Yeah. Yeah, because it's a really good vocal, but the main center vocal needs to come up. I think right here where this ARP comes in could also be quieter and build more. Like I think it's too loud at that point. I'm not sure you'd get that with this type of vocal where you get a sing-along part. It's just not meant for that, in my opinion. Also, where did the vocal go?
Yeah, I agree.
It disappeared.
So the lead that you have in the bump, bump, bump could be a bit louder. One thing that I feel is that the vocal could be more present, as Garlick said, and there's a bit too much click in the kick as well. Go, Brian.
Yeah, the big thing. big thing is the click and the kick. The kick doesn't match up to what you want. You want something that's got a little bit less top end on it. You might be able to save it if you cut around 3K with like a really soft cue and just kind of dip that. But I think it's probably better if you looked for maybe a different one that didn't have that to start than anything else. So yeah, but it's weird. The vocal disappeared in the second half of the track, and it was like, wait, I want it back, and it just didn't come back. So
yeah,
yeah.
And you can see that without the vocal, we can talk on top of the song, and it feels like there's space for us to talk on top of the song, you know? So that's exactly why I think that you need to give a little bit more presence in there, you know, of the vocal.
Yeah, when you have it in there, the sides were louder or as loud as the middle, and that's not like if you're mixing a vocal, you want the middle to be up higher and the sides to be the ambience portion of it. And when it kind of echoed on the sides, you were like, oh, it's all over the place here. But it's a really good vocal, really good track. It's just like mixing things that you need to do, and then bring the vocal back. So.
Yeah, I 100% agree with that. Hope that this was helpful, dude. Now let's go to Harmes, some melodic techno.
Rhythm's all you need.
Gonna put directly in the drop.
The things that keep us. The world is full of fighting.
The vocal is a little loud.
And the bass could be louder, in my opinion.
The things that keep us.
Yeah, that's more the sub down there.
The world is full of fighting.
That's just a cool use of the LFO, vibrato, or whatever it is.
The things that keep us. The world is full of fighting. Own ways, our own methods.
Yeah, see, the vocal's too loud in the breaks here.
The things that keep us. The world is full of fighting. Own ways, our own methods. You start to think. The things that keep us. Rhythm's all you need. Own ways, our own methods.
Ba-dum, ba-dum, ba-dum.
You start to think. The things that keep us. The world is full of fighting. The things that keep us.
Thank you, Mr. Harris. Appreciate it.
Rhythm's all you need.
comments?
Yeah, so, okay, I DJ melodic techno. I play a lot of melodic techno. That was a lot of my focus. I'm going to give you a DJ's perspective on this, and this is why I would listen to this track, and then I would go, this isn't quite right for my set. And here's why. So your first drop and your second drop are exactly the same. Like you, right after the break, you had that white noise and it went into the drop, and then your second drop was the same thing as the first drop where you had that white noise and it came. If you had something that was a little bit different with a sustained note, a sub, a Bram, something at the first drop, you could drop it on the second drop and it would make it different, where then it would be, okay, I'll play this track. And then also in the breaks, you don't bring it down quite enough for when your drop occurs, so there's not enough dynamics there for the difference in when I'm playing it as a DJ. Like, I want that drop to be the most intense, insane, powerful thing I've ever had, and it just doesn't quite get there because I've got this really loud vocal and some big synths in the break where it's not, if there's not enough difference, there's not enough dynamics there. It's really good. Like, all of your little shots are fantastic. It's just those two things would really stand out to me as a DJ. I would just go, okay, I can't really play this track as it is right now.
Yeah, I agree with him. Like, I feel that if you play this first 16 bars of the drop 2 alone, it's great. But if you also play the drop 1, then it's like, I've already heard this again here. Can you see how
I was actually more commenting on drop 2 and 3 then. So you got to make 2 and 3 different well.
Yeah,
because they're the same.
And that's what I feel. The drop 2 as it is works. But maybe since drop 1 is the same, you could also make drop 1 a little bit less interesting. Maybe a little bit duller. Not duller, because the green energy is maybe a bit more filtered. Or maybe you intensified the leads in drop 2. It's just that since it's a bit of the same, like I got the same feeling. In the beginning of the song, I was like, wow, great song. In the middle of the song, I was like, I wish that was different, you know? The vibe is good. I like, though, that your leads are not the classic bum, even though I did it with my mouth because I'm so used to it. I like that you played with the vocals, you played with the leads, you played with everything. Because that changes melodic techno a little bit, you know. Lastly, I feel that the vocals, I agree, maybe they're a bit too wide. I would like them to have a little bit more of a center figure, possibly quieter as well.
Yeah, I think they're too loud. I think it's too loud for what you're trying to do in the song, and they need to come down just a little bit. And by a little bit, I mean like 1.5 decibels, 2 decibels, like 2 dB. Just bringing it down, and that would probably fit perfectly. Yeah,
I agree with that. Now going into, that's mainly it, dude. I feel that the vibe, the mix, and everything is it's overall balanced. Okay, it's just a matter of like getting those last touches to make the song a little bit more interesting in the drop 2. So if a lot of people are asking if we're still accepting demos, I think that because we are at 60 at the moment, 63 actually. So I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to go through all 63 today. I hope I can, because the songs are a little bit smaller, so I hope that we can. We did already 15, if I'm not wrong. So possibly we can do all 60. But if not, you can still send it over in the server, and then I'll just listen to it afterwards, maybe tomorrow, maybe the day after. So if you want to send it, feel free. I'll give a video review just like the one that I'm doing. If there are too many, maybe I'll just do another live stream on the next Friday or something like this. That could be an idea. Yeah, 10 minutes. Now let's go to Adria. Adria just tuned in, so we can go there. Okay. But hurry up, like the moment that it hits 70, I'm definitely gonna cut the submissions. Okay, so anyway.
Dummy splash, I'll give you 10 minutes.
Got some house music now. Your main hat needs to be louder. The
something needs to change here. We've been a minute in and it's the same thing.
Maybe this is just an intro. Maybe you need to make your intro a little bit simpler because your drop.
Yeah, the only thing that it adds is the bum 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 bum,
And I
which
feel
is
that,
fine.
Yeah, I feel that your bass needs a better resolution. It needs like a boom 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 boom. Like the last note is kind of drawing me down. I would like if there was another note taking me to the drop two, taking me to the other note. You know?
Yeah. Cool sax.
Yeah. Yeah, just make sure that this intro is a little bit chiller and calmer. And I even make this drop one a little bit smaller as well because it's a bit too long. Even though you grow, I feel that I'm kind of like, okay, next, you know?
Sax on the dance floor is the best kind of sax.
But definitely a vibe here.
Definitely see this signed to like a minimal micro house type label. Like if Slightly Sizzled Records was still around, like they would probably sign this in a heartbeat. Like it's quality stuff, like really, really good. It's, yeah, you've done a really good job with it.
I would I would not make the drops longer than 24 bars though, because I like this kind of house to like go into those bridges like you're doing over here, just to change things up a little bit, you know? And I feel that the drops are a bit too long.
That's kind of how these tracks are though, like the minimal micro house tracks. So I like getting into it, your layout is actually very well done and very well thought out. So I don't know that I would change it too much. I because of what it's meant to be, like the style of music. The sax could be louder. I do agree with.
I agree
with what Vikma said.
Frequency of a sound wave is often measured in hertz.
NPC Groove, what is your name? Because there's one donation that I have no idea who is it from. Hey Michael, how you doing?
I don't know if I would, something right here, you drop your sax an octave, and I don't know if I would actually change that as an instrument, and maybe go with like a guitar playing that other part, so you have a call and response with a different instrument than the actual sax, or like a horn would be nice. I'm feeling like the sax going an octave lower, it doesn't sound like a sax there. Or if you could find a sample of an actual, like that's an alto sax, so do a tenor sax on the one below, because if you drop the octave with an alto sax, that doesn't play that low note. I used to play saxophone, so to me, it doesn't sound right. Like, it sounds totally off.
I would like a little bit more, like, that's me, okay? If I'm listening to this, I would like a little bit more vocals in it. I would like a little bit more, I think that it can add a little bit of swing to it. So, that's something that I like the vibe, But to me, I would like it to be a little bit smaller though. My opinion though. Vibe is nice though in terms of mixing. Oh, and the intro, it needs to be a little bit simpler because it kind of spoils the drop one in my opinion. It makes the drop one a bit repetitive.
Yeah, you could definitely do some more things to cut things back and then build into it. But yeah.
Okie dokie, let's keep on going now. So, Mr. Motry, Adria, I hope it was helpful.
They on Interna?
No, it's Motry now.
Didn't we listen to Motry?
No, so it's 15 now.
Okay.
Apps are too loud, definitely too loud.
Too loud and too splashy. Should be shorter.
Yeah, and I feel that the bass is too wide and not so, like, I'm not hearing the low end of the bass. But I like everything else, you know, like I like the leads, I like the vibes. I'm waiting for your vocal, by the way.
Centium, what's your name?
Actually, Centium is next, actually. Yeah, I'm expecting his vocal to come in eventually, so...
It's missing sub. It came in there, but it should have come in sooner.
NPC, can you send me your song via DM on Discord? I'm just not finding it over here so I can bump it up as well. Thank you. Brian, comments?
Yeah, I like this is 100% signable track. It's it sounds like melodic techno. You've done a great job of making melodic techno. In the break, the sub could come in sooner. There's something missing in the break a little bit. Like it needs a vocal on the false drop or something, yeah, to like bring it out. But I like in general the overall sound of it, like this would get signed by somebody. So I'm not like there's not much to complain about when you listen to a track like this. It's kind of like, okay, this is really good.
Yeah. I know that he does vocals for all his songs, so I'm 100% I was waiting for the vocal actually in the song and it didn't come. Yeah. So I'm assuming that he's going to do it afterwards. The vibe
he says it will be coming soon is what he just said. So,
yeah.
Yep.
I feel like the bass was a bit too wide. It could have been a little bit more centered. Like when I put a song in mono, I'm just going to put it in mono too, guys, as well, so you can listen what I'm listening. I'm missing a tad more of mid bass over there, but when you put it in stereo, you don't miss it because it's all in the stereo. So it's a matter of not adding more, but maybe centering a little bit more of that bass. In my opinion, the vibe is really good. The idea that you have is really good. Maybe what you can do is also with your vocal afterwards, play around with vocal chops, doing some like crazy lead with the vocals itself. You know, that could be a great idea. Possibly it would get a bit too busy, so I would replace a lead with that. Maybe you do drop 1, drop 2, something like this. Okie dokie, Interna. Oh no, actually it's Centium. Centium was first.
Centium, yeah,
Centium was first. 4 minutes, that's what we like, Centium.
Where is... There he is.
Yeah, I just added it over here.
Yeah.
It's hard keeping track of everyone, dude. I'm gonna automate this somehow next time, so it'll be easier. Too much click on your kick, in my opinion.
That offbeat, I don't even know what that is. Drum beat is kind of weird.
Yeah, I agree.
I'm
the kick and the sidechain are not synced together, right?
Yeah. Like in that drop, I don't know if that was an offbeat bass that was playing, but it was weird.
Do you also have a sub over here at 41? Not really seeing it. Wait. There was something weird over here. You can see when you play these other two notes, it kind of crashes and it just makes a bit, I don't know. Yeah. I'd say that this is not. So, your hats are a bit too loud. You know, there's a bit too much mids and highs in the song. Maybe you're pushing in the master. There is some conflict in the low end, especially over here. So look at your toms and everything. It could be a bit of that as well. Not in love with your bass, to be honest. Like it's okay in terms of level, but it's just too. It could be a bit less sidechain maybe. But it feels like it's like boom, 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 boom. It feels a bit robotic like this. And in the breakdown, there's some kind of conflict in the low end and the bass, in my opinion. Brian?
Yeah, I like the concept of what you have going on with the male vocal and the women's vocal. The women's vocal sounds louder because there doesn't seem to be as much going on in those frequency spectrums. The male vocal, it's not coming out enough because your bass is kind of overlapping it, so it doesn't really connect together in the right way. Like, they don't sound like they're in the same room, is more how I would describe it. Like, if they sounded more like they were in the same room, then it would be a little bit better, where you have a female vocal coming in and going, oh, I'm gonna sing over the top of you, but it doesn't sound that way. And so I think that's what your challenge is with this, is to get that right with that vocal. So
yeah, I agree. I feel that, like, I would possibly change the melodies of the bass as well. And you can also see how I was like, is that coming from Brian? But there's a lot of noise coming in the song as well. And you can see that when we pause this, the noise goes away. So I feel that the bass is a bit too robotic. It's like woo, 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 woo. Like, it could be maybe a rolling bass, maybe a little bit of like a rhythmic bass. At the moment, it feels like it's a bit too. I don't know. I'm not a big fan of it. It sounds a bit like Melbourne Bounce. Look for TJR Odd to Oi. It's kind of how it feels to me. This song over here.
It's an offbeat bass,
Yeah.
which offbeat basses are okay.
Yeah.
But if you're going to do it in melodic techno, you have to have something else that gives the rhythm, because there's no rhythm to that. That's just a da 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 da, and you don't have any other drums in there to kind of take up that space of the rhythm. And so the rhythm needs to be like, okay, I have something else that I'm grooving to, and I'm not feeling it there where it's not grooving. So.
Yeah. I that's mainly it. The vibe is nice. I feel that you have something in there. It just needs a little bit more honing, a little bit more work in there. But definitely something to work on.
The concept of getting melodic techno and then having those metal kind of rock elements is really, really cool. I do like that.
Yeah.
That concept is something interesting to explore. So definitely go down that path, like take it that way. But think more metal if you're gonna do that. Like, think about like how you have to groove to metal, and this doesn't groove. So that would be my comments.
Yeah. Okie dokie, hope it was helpful, Mr. Interna now. And what's the name? Skida, if you're here, let me know, because we're waiting for you. So yeah.
Hey DO5.
Hey DO5, how you doing? See how this grooves and glue with the kick a lot better, in my opinion, Centium?
Yeah, I was just gonna say that. Like, this has a groove to it. You can feel that groove.
What do you think of the kick?
The kick's fine. That pitch bend was really weird, though. Like, that one didn't work, where it pitch bent down.
What do you think of the lead?
Which one?
This one. This.
That's a cool sound. I gotta hear it progress more.
I don't think it's too slow. This is melodic techno, so it's kind of like 124, 120. Let me check over here.
So this one now that's coming in sounds basic compared to everything else that's been really complex. And so that's a little bit weird.
So, I'm gonna throw in some backstory here. My main comments to Interna in his songs that he's sending to me is that I feel that his leads need to be a bit more complex. The ideas behind them are nice, but they need a little bit more rhythm, a little bit more groove,
Yeah.
which I feel that this last one had. But I agree with you that it's a bit too simple. Like it needs a bit like some off notes, some notes that like just to draw over here in Ableton. But let's let it come back, and then we do it on mouth.
Yeah, well, there's also the difference between the two leads, because you had that really cool, wide, bouncing lead that was awesome, but the second lead was this one.
Yeah. Well, Bigma
sound
just
is-
said the first should be the last, the second, and the second should be the first.
Yeah. Like if you switched them up, that would work better.
And I also feel that they are a bit too loud, and they need more sidechain overall.
Yeah. That was cool. I
Yeah.
like that a lot. Those octave jumps.
Maybe some effects over here would be nice as well.
Build up was cool, but it wasn't enough. It didn't get the white noise didn't get loud enough, in my opinion. It could get louder.
For example, this lead, again, more sidechain, but instead of doing like a bum 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 bum, maybe like a ba-dum 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 ba-dum, just to add a little bit of rhythm because they feel a bit too basic in the MIDI. And I want you to listen to this. Listen to your leads in mono. The first one kind of disappears in mono. It's there, but it's just so much louder in stereo. And the second one as well, so I don't know, I'd look into these as well.
Yeah, it's almost like you have two good leads and mixing the two into the same track. They
Yeah.
have to separate, but then you have to create an A section for both and a B section for both.
Yes.
And it's almost like you have an A section that you've duplicated on the second half of the track and haven't given me anything new, but just layered them together to try and make that more complex. So it's like you've got a really good individual piece and you've got a really good individual piece, and now it's just the structure of them together. But I also do think the second, like Vicma said, flip-flop them. Like put that second lead first, have the first lead that comes in go second, and then, because it's the bigger of the two, and then from there develop out what you have. So yeah.
I like the vibe of the song. I like the vibe of the leads. They're better than the ones that you've sent me before. I feel that I agree with what Garlic said on the structure. I also feel that the first one, instead of doing like the boom 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 boom, you could do like ba-dum 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 ba-dum. It's the same idea for the melody, but it just makes it a little bit groovier with the song. And you do need to crank up the sidechain of your leads because that would also give a bit more groove to them as well.
I think you could do that where you make the complex MIDI the second. That's what I'm talking about an A part and a B part.
Yeah.
The A part could be very what you have, which is bum, bum, bum. Because when it introduces, you're like, oh, the sound of it. But then when you play it on the drop on the second time, then it becomes, oh, the complexity of it. And that's the difference between those two. And I think that would make it very, very interesting from there. So.
Yeah. Yeah, that's mainly it. Hope that you like the idea, the vibe of what we're giving here. Now let's go to Andrew. Is this the drop or is it the breakdown? It's the intro, sorry. Anyway, let's go. Too much knock in your kick, in my opinion.
I don't think this one's bad. Some of the other ones before were, or this one's okay.
Do you think the hats are too loud?
They are. The hats are definitely too loud. Vocals nice.
Yeah.
It's a little up front, more reverb or pull it back in volume. In the break would be kind of nice.
100% agree.
Yeah. Yeah, these ooh-ahs, the one-shot vocals, they're too loud. The main vocal, I don't know if it's too loud. I like louder vocals, so I don't know if I would drop the volume on them, but de-essing them for sure would make it sound better. Really nice though, like it's catchy as hell. At the beginning, the ahs, the oohs, like all that stuff, those need to come down in volume because those are background. They probably need more reverb on them too, just to bring them into the background more. And then when the main vocal starts to sing, like everybody's kind of said, the harshness on it needs to come down a little bit. I'm, again, not so sure I would bring the volume down. If you bring the harshness down on them, it might bring it back into the mix more. But I don't mind them where they are volume-wise. I think it's more EQ and like getting those out. But I disagree with you on the kick. I like the kick. I think it's good.
Comments. I like the kick here. I just feel that it has a bit too much top end. I would like with it a little bit less. Possibly could be a personal choice. The vibe of it is nice. I do feel that there's a gap in the song though. You hear the low in here, you hear the chords, but there's not much in the middle. Maybe you can pick these chords that you have, take a little bit of the mids, add a little bit more of the low mids here, not so much so it doesn't conflict with the bass. Especially because you have some shaka 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 kind of in the background, and this is conflicting with the chords that you have over there. So I feel that your lead, which is the bum 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 bum, it could be a little bit more low midi, and this would be a little bit better because then we wouldn't have so much more conflict over there. Vibe is really nice. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, Andrew, you just said you might change the vocal. It's kind of hard, like if you do, that vocal's really, really catchy. And you have to make sure that you match that. and I think you might have a problem with that. So just be careful because it has to be that catchy because that's what's making the track right now.
Yeah, the vocal is good. I wouldn't change it. And I feel that the percussions are a bit too loud. There's a bit too much highs in the song. I would probably lower this a little bit more. Highs and mids overall, okay? Okie dokie. Let's keep on going. Mr. Manor. As far as I remember, Manor was techno or melodic techno, but let's see.
This is definitely techno.
I feel that it starts over here, so I'm gonna go.
Okay.
It's definitely techno.
Definitely techno. MKE, no, I'm San Diego. I wear an Atlanta Braves hat because I grew up as a fan.
I'm kind of missing a bigger bass, bigger kick here. I'm missing but there's a bass, so I'm not sure how I would do it.
This is, so with this type of techno, this is, yeah, that kick is actually right for this type of techno.
Yeah, I agree.
It's more hypnotic than it is main room.
It's more Boris Brejcha, right?
Not even Boris Brejcha. There's other guys that do John Selway, stuff like that.
Yeah. Well, for me, who don't have that much knowledge of techno, it reminds me
of Brejcha.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I like the boom boom, but it's a bit too loud, in my opinion.
No, not for this style of techno. So again, I'll disagree with you on that. That needs to be there because that's the interest in the part.
Garlic is a techno head here, so.
I do think you could extend the delay on it so that it goes longer and then automate that so that it's longer, shorter, or like random as to how long and how short it is.
And I feel that you can do some boom, 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 kind of pitch do the delay and also freeze it in audio and then start pitching the delay up and down. It could be nice.
Yeah, that would be cool. Yeah. That was spot on right here. This chord shot.
Yeah.
Yep. Love that.
Really nice. Really nice.
I know that hypnotic techno doesn't do this, but I really think right before that drop, instead of it just going into the kick again, which is what most hypnotic techno does, I would love a little something that's like really fast and short and almost plucky to kind of build into that. But this is good.
I feel that a slingshot would be nice. Something like this to open up the mids as well. Really Brejcha. Brejcha does a lot of this. I like him. But the vibe is really like the arrangement, the way that you're controlling the energy of the song is spot on.
Yeah, perfect. Like absolutely perfect. I know a few DJs that would love to play this. Oh, nice. You're in Atlanta. I travel out there for work, MKE. I'll hit you up when I head out that direction.
nice song.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
if I would want something, I would want a little bit more punch in the bass, in the kick. But you don't need to actually add that. Maybe you can just pick an EQ and raise this section over here to give a bit more punch. But like the energy management of the song is spot on. The way that you're taking elements, spot on. I would play this if I play techno. I just miss that bang, kind of slingshot would be nice, you know. But that's it.
Yeah, my one thing that I talked about was I think there could be some cooler automations that you could do with like the delays to make them longer and shorter, and then like that pitch idea from Leo was actually awesome. I think that's great. And then right before that drop that just goes back into the kick, if you could get some percussive hits, I personally would like to see that. That's a personal thing, but I think it could add to that position just a little bit more. But in general, like I said, this is going to get played. Like people are going to play this track because this is fire.
Yeah, so. I agree with you. Kane. And
is that Night Queen or
no? It's this one over here. 19.
Okay.
Bass is a bit too wide right from the beginning. Hey Roman, how you doing?
Love the synth wave.
I love this song. I definitely feel like song to me, like the composition really nice. Mixing needs work.
Yeah, that bass is way too wide.
It needs sidechain, the bass is too wide. It's lacking a bit of groove. It's sounding a bit flat at the moment.
The vocal also doesn't, it sounds pretty dry.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
And you could use a more industrial kind of snare. Kind of more synth wavy.
Yeah, that's a give and take. Like the snare's actually okay on this, but if you wanted to make it driving more, yeah, an industrial snare would work. This song actually could be a non-vocal track, and in a way, the vocal is just not. It's not there. It's not mixed right. It's not sitting right. It's not. It needs a lot of work. So you can either really put a lot of effort into the vocal, or you can take it out, go with a non-vocal track. So yeah.
I like those song a lot and how it's done. I'm not a big fan of how the mixing is done at the moment because it feels like it needs a bit of groove. I would love to have a little bit more of that synth wave kind of vibe. And I'm not getting groove. Like it feels like you're throwing all the elements and they are the right elements to throw there. But they need to be better mixed, better balanced and everything. But you have the foundation is 100% there.
Yeah, they need their individual space.
Exactly.
And they don't have that. They're almost like, okay, I've got all this stuff. Let me put it all on there. And now EQing and cutting it to where you're just playing in certain sections is the right thing to do from here.
Yeah.
So,
yeah. Okie dokie. Kane, hope that you like the feedback. Let's keep on going now, Mr. Bjornar. See how, for example, Kane, how the kick and the bass are grooving together? That's what I'm missing from your song, you know? Listen to these guys. Like, I love this guy. I feel that they can be a great inspiration for you in terms of who to, like, reference. That's a bit too loud. I'm not sure a big fan of the boom, boom, boom. It's nice, but it feels a bit basic, you know, like it feels like it could be more groovy, more rhythmic, more like you know? I don't know.
Yeah, it's kind of too on the beat.
Yeah. But the composition is nice, it's just the rhythm of it.
Was there a clap? I was almost missing a clap snare.
No, I feel that there was one.
I do, but I don't. Oh, there it is. Yeah. So it's like a really, really high clap. I think it's too thin. Maybe layer with a snare.
And could come earlier as well, in my opinion.
Yeah. Yeah. That's why I was thinking it wasn't there.
Lovely ARP. Yeah, too much high end in the clap.
Yeah. Yeah, it's too thin.
Too much attack as well. Too much crash as well. Comments?
So this is my comment with this. You have that wham, 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 and like you said, I think that it could be groovier, but I think it could be groovier. This is where an A and a B part actually work, because I think it could be groovier at the beginning where it's playing like off and it's giving a groove, and then in the drop, the second drop, when it comes back, that's when it can be basic because you have the ARP over the top. So that would create enough variation for you where your first part, you're getting this like really going, and then when the ARP comes in, that's the going part, and then when they're playing together, it can be basic and it's different, and you're like, oh wow, that changed. And that, I think that would be a really good way to do it.
Yeah, I feel that this part over here, it started getting a bit repetitive to me. I felt that it could be a little bit, like the overall thing to me is that it needs more pump, more groove in the song. It didn't feel like it was driving me forward, and it felt a bit flat, you know? Maybe it could be more sidechain. Maybe it could be also the syncopation. 100% agree with what Brian said, that drop one, that syncopation would work. Drop two, I feel that it could get too busy with the ARP that you're having. So play around with this.
So drop two can be basic on that. Drop one can be syncopated and go crazy.
One thing here though, at this point of the song, 3:22, I'm as we can listen of the at least how I'm listening at my headphones, I'm not really hearing the kick cut through. I'm not really hearing the bass cut through the song. I did hear it over here. And it could be because of you had less elements over here, but when you added the strings and the ARP and hats, it gets a bit busy, you know. So I feel that your kick needs to stand out a little bit more, and you can do this only by sometimes not even by making it louder, but if you add an EQ over here, just pushing this part of the kick could make your kick seem to be louder because the transients come through a little bit more, and it fools you to listening to it. I feel that that's mainly it. I feel that there's a bit of mixing work that needs to be done to get a little bit more space and everything. And possibly a little bit more variation in the percussion could be nice as well, because as I was giving the feedback, I listened to this and this and this and this, and the percussion are the same, you know? So
Same.
how could you vary this a little bit more? Okie dokie. Hope that this was helpful again, and let's keep on going. 3 minutes. Let's go, Silly Phil. I'm glad, Bjorn. And answer me this, for everyone. Which kind of videos do you want to see more here in the channel? I'd love to know, because that always gives me an insight of what kind of videos you want. If you want more live streams, if you want more videos like this, like that, more start to finish. Anyway, let me know in the comments.
I think there's too much high end on the bass. It's cool, it's kind of funky, but I'm not in love with it. The vocal seems a little off-timed, actually. Concept of this vocal, it's the execution I'm having a little bit of a problem with, and maybe it's because it's really dry. But I also, there's, like, it's sped up, and I know it's meant to sound like that, but it sounds off time to me.
Subside, how are you doing? Comments?
Yeah, there was, if you hear in the second half of the song, you added an extra kick in there where it was at the end of every 4 bars, it was like it double kicked, and you didn't have that at the beginning. And what that tells me is that you don't have enough drum percussion groove in the first half to make it, like, that's what I was missing. The drums sounded very basic, like you had your clap snare, you had your hi-hats, and okay, you've got all those, but there were no other percussions in there. There was no little elements to kind of groove to. And then you added the double kick at the end, and it was kind of like, why did you add that in the second half where it wasn't there in the first half? And so it made me a little bit confused. But the biggest thing is the vocal. Like, that needs the most work to make it work. And I think right off the bat, like, the timing of it needs to be in there. And it sounded really dry. I like the concept, like, this idea is really, really good, but it's just, there's a lot of work that needs to be done on this. And don't take it as like we don't like the track, because there's elements that are really good to this, but there's parts that are like, why did you choose to do that instead, to me? So
yeah, what I feel about the song is that when I listen to it, I always like listen to the song in a quieter level, because here it feels fuller, than here. Because here you had that mid bass. I'm feeling that the bass is kind of lacking a little bit, so I would work a little bit in adding more in that low end. I feel that the vocal could be wetter. I like the idea, like the overall idea of the song. As Brian was giving me the feedback, I was grooving to it. So it's more of the execution of what you have over there. So maybe enhancing the percussions, maybe adding more bass in there. Maybe the kick needs to be better. But I feel that you need to get a better cohesion throughout the song. For example, if we have that mid bass over here and we don't have it over here, then this part feels a bit empty. So we need to balance this out and make this a little bit flatter. In terms of balance, okay? Not in terms of dynamics of the song, okay? But the vibe is great. Like, I feel that the building blocks are there. It's just time to tweak the song because the idea and the foundation, you have it, at least in my opinion.
Yep.
Okie dokie. Dude, hope it was helpful to you. Hope you liked the feedback. And I do like the vibe. I do like how the song speeds up as it progresses. Maybe I would even start the song with this vibe over here. And then we'll go for this as drop 2. I don't know. Something to consider. Let's keep on going. Arie.
Oh. I thought we were doing NPC. Sorry.
Oh, yeah. Oh, sorry. It was NPC, so we go NPC next.
Yeah, we'll do that one next. No problem.
Chasing the star, looking at the pain. What have I done to let you go?
No, Darwish, we're close with the submissions because we already have a lot. I'm not even sure we're going to be able to go through everything. I'm going to go through everything someday, sometime. So, hold on. And when we start the non-donation, it's going to be a little bit faster. So, hold on. We're going to go through a lot over there. But you can always send it over here, and I'll listen afterwards. It needs to be louder. Let me raise the volume, actually.
I like this. That bass is spot on. Yeah, Dummy, you're right. The kick pattern's awesome too.
Too loud here, the vocal.
Just in the break.
Yeah.
Like it just needs to come down there, but that's it.
A bit too much low mids in the pads as well.
Is this an original vocal? I think I remember Arie. Yeah, you guys do all original vocals.
I'm gonna say one thing about the bass in the drop. I wouldn't add this at Afro House because it's not so much of Afro House, but I like it because it's not so much of it, and it gave a fresh look to Afro House, to be honest. So I like it in the end.
Yeah.
But it's a bit too loud, especially over here. It kind of spoiled the drop a little bit. Could be a little bit quieter.
Yeah, it could swell into the drop more, where it starts lower and goes up. But yeah.
Maybe it's a bit too loud in the drop as well. Maybe the percussions could be louder as well. Yeah.
So Marco, if these are original vocals, you want to send them to me? I want to do a remix of this. If you guys are up for it, I would
Great-
totally remix this
Great
track.
stuff. Great stuff. I feel that that's mainly it. Just the bass be a bit quieter, the hats be a bit louder. I like that it's different than Afro House. And I like that it's different than the classic pianos, leads, stabby leads. But anyway,
Yeah, that this is another one of these. That bass sound is what you nailed, and that is the track. Like,
Yeah.
the vocals are great, but that bass sound that you nailed, that's the track. Anything else you do is dressing on the side, and absolutely it's fire. It's a great track. So
yeah. And that's the hardest part of Afro House, to find a label, actually. Okay, we
So
have
we're doing MPC now.
Yeah, MPC. Cool. This is fast.
Ooh, old school.
This is what, 144, 145, 150?
Yeah.
Wow.
Let's go.
One 50 almost.
Yep.
I'm kind of like, I want to say at bass, but I'm like, at this point, it's just the one thing that I could say is that the snare roll was a bit too loud, and this pad is a bit too bassy.
Yep. The pad overall is too loud right there. You know what I would love in this track is more like drum fills. I think drum fills at random points make this go to another level.
Yeah. My thing is, you have a bass over here. I'm missing a bass over here in the sub frequencies.
In the sub.
Yeah.
But it's hard to do at 150, so I kind of understand that.
Sidechain.
Yeah, like heavy, and then then you have other issues.
Thank you, Corey. Appreciate it. Let me know your song, and I'll bump you up.
Yeah, give me drum fills at random places, and this goes hard.
Yes, Aonia, I think that you are within the... Where are you? Here. There you are. We are here. 10 tracks. That I kind of miss a bit of variation over here. Like, I like the breakdowns that you had over here, and wish something was a bit longer over here. And I'm really missing a sub over there. Like, really missing a sub. Brian?
The sub thing is definitely right. The drum fills is my big thing, but I also, what would be crazy is if he could find some Japanese anime spoken word that sounds like totally crazy and throw that in there too. And I think it would be awesome. But that's if you want to go like the happy hardcore kind of route with it, which I think you could. But otherwise, I love it. Like it's totally different and I'm all about it. So that's awesome. Good job.
Good job, dude. I really like the vibe of it. I feel that more sub. I feel that the balance overall is fine. I would agree with like adding that vocal would be nice. Maybe in the breakdown to add a little bit of swing into the song. But yeah, some Japanese monologues would be nice. Exactly.
Yeah, go Google that and get that right now. That'd be fun.
Let's go back to 15 over here to Skida. He's tuning in now, and he was, I think that he's just tuning in. So let's get down to it. Let's listen to some progressive trance now. Maybe more release on the bass as well.
Yeah. Well, if you make the kick shorter, that helps that space. So. Yeah, see, Vicma, I'm the opposite way. I think the kick's too long. You hear the sub go out too much on it. So shorter, get it punchier.
Nice. Good melody.
Mm-hmm. I like the kids in the background too. That was cool. I would start the drums louder. I think I would, so Vicma had the comment louder drums on this part. I think I would keep them where they're at, but automate them up. Yeah, build up the drums in volume for sure. Like they need to be louder here during this build. But nice. Stab too on that break. I liked how you did that.
Nice vibe of the song. I feel that when the chords are a bit too loud in the drop too, and they came a bit too hot. Like when they came, I was like, oh, okay, they're really nice if you listen to in isolation. But I feel that the drop could have had a little bit less of that of those chords. The bass could be a little bit more with a little bit more release over here. Kick could also possibly be a bit smaller as well. I like the chords over here in the breakdown. Everything in the breakdown was really nice. This over here, the stabs over in the middle, just be careful because those chords were a bit louder than the chords of the song itself. So just make sure to balance them. They're nice in the MIDI and everything, just that they were a bit too much of a burst, to me at least. Brian?
Yeah, so which one are you, above and or beyond? I'd like to know.
The vibe is really nice. The song is definitely there.
Yeah, this is a good track. This one's solid.
Any comments?
No, I don't really like all of those things that you're saying. Mixing,
Yeah.
sure. I think this could get signed without even touching
agree.
it. Like, this is ready to go. These are just like little tiny things that could make it better, but totally up to you. But the one comment was in the drums and the break. So the drums and the break, they need to grow more. So if you make those grow more, that would, for me, that would take it over the top. But that's like the only little piece for me.
Yeah, I agree with you. Keep on going. Artham now. Not sure he's still here. I hope he is.
Cool.
Gonna go straight to the drop over here. Hey, Artham. That melody that you have just has a bit too much low end, because I would rather listen to the bass a bit more and less of that melody in the low end. The melody is great, it's just that I feel that it could have less in the low end.
I actually kind of think the sound design needs to be a little bit better on that.
The bass?
It's the melody, it's kind of basic for me.
I feel that it matches the rhythm, to be honest.
It matches the rhythm, but like the sound design of it, it's just kind of in a weird way, it's kind of like, okay, you found a cool preset, do something with it, you know, do something different. Pretty loud there.
Yeah. Where?
Right on that build into the drop. Like too much reverb buildup or something.
I'm questioning if you need that bridge in the middle over here. I'm not sure it takes me from A to B. Like, it feels like it's a continuation of the drop. I'd probably have the drop like going from here to here and then just go straight to the breakdown. Then you would save this over here and go straight to this. Especially this, since this part is not really contributing to more of the rhythm. It's just slowing down the song. And it's a bit...
Yeah.
Yeah.
This section here sounds like a repeat of before in a way.
Yeah, like I would go from here to maybe here. And then up to here, then you go down to here. I feel that's enough because you're doing the cool down of the percussions already. And this would save you some time. And since your song is 7 minutes and 25, I feel that would be a great addition.
Or a great extraction to take.
Yeah, great extraction, 100%.
buildup wasn't as loud.
Yeah.
So whatever you did on the bass one, I don't know what it was, but it just like swelled too much. That was actually better. See, like here, the lead gets more interesting. There's a lot more happening with it.
Yeah.
I don't, like at the beginning it was too basic, but there when it opened up, it was really cool. Yeah.
Yeah. That's mainly it that I have to say. Like, I like how the song is developing in a way. I like the overall picture, but I would do these extractions because I feel that they would save time and make the song a bit more to the point, which makes the song a bit better, in my opinion.
Yeah. I go back to what I said before. It's the same advice. If you can tell your story in 5.5 minutes, do it.
Yeah.
And this track is a 5.5 minute track. Like
Yeah.
it's a good track, but the story could totally be told in 5.5 minutes.
Yeah. That's mainly it. Hope that you like the feedback, Artham. And now we have Get Up. Let me go over here, raise the volume again, because this is a bit too quiet. Yes, I got your donation, Nas, so yeah, we're good.
Yeah, in Avenir, I never released that. I actually, they wanted me to pay money to do my submission, so I didn't want to do that. I might put it out next month, actually.
Bass is a bit too wide, in my opinion. Feel that it could be a little bit more centered, especially because of the rhythm that you're going. Like, maybe
It's
a bit
also-
more. Go ahead.
It's panning.
Yeah. Does it start over here, actually? I like this.
Yeah, this breakbeat section is really cool.
But I feel that you have more bass in this breakdown than in the drop itself. I feel that you need to work on the bass to make sure that, one, it's a bit more centered. Second, it's a bit louder as well. I hear some other... And there could be some balancing in the percussions as well, because the main had the... And the clap could be louder, in my opinion.
At this point right here, you repeated the vocal like almost 2 times too many. I think if you took out the vocal at one point and chopped it, it wouldn't be as repetitive through that section.
Yeah, and you need more sidechain over here. This bump, 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 bump. It's a bit too basic. Like, the idea is nice, but it needs to be a bit bigger, you know? To sum up, more sidechain on the bass, more sidechain on this element. I feel that you need to work on the sound design as well.
Now you've got this repeating
Lead.
synth.
Yeah.
It's totally left.
Yeah, exactly. That should be more centered, in my opinion. Like, you see, like, this is the best part of the song, in my opinion. But it has more bass than anything else, you know?
See, right here, you cut the vocal and chopped it up. And this, you could do more of this throughout the song. This minimal section here is really cool. The idea is right. But now you're again just repeating the vocal.
Yeah, I feel like you're just repeating the song itself, you know, like, that second part of the song needs to be a little bit more than this over here. You change the main lead, but again, you need to work on the sound design. You need to work on the lead itself because it's a bit flat. It needs to groove a little bit more. The bass, the lead itself needs to groove a bit more. Maybe that could be the sidechain of the song.
Yeah, there's some good ideas here. There's actually a lot of really good ideas.
Yeah, 100% agree. Yeah.
This is one of those where you have a lot of really good ideas and you're just trying to get them back together, trying to like make it cohesive again, where it's telling a story. You're at 6 minutes 16 and you could probably cut 30 seconds out of this, again, get it down around 5:45 and not have it repeat as much, and then play with the chops of the vocals and just kind of make it tell a story better, because it doesn't tell a story right now. Like it's oh, I've got this really cool idea, let me just play that really cool idea, and I'm not feeling it as an overall where am I going with this.
Yeah, I agree. I feel that the vibe is nice, but I feel that it's lacking. It's a bit flat, you know. And I feel that you're going for a more, what's the name of that guy? It's that I forgot his name. He does a lot of, he does a song Ferrari. James Hype kind of vibe, but it doesn't have that groove from James Hype. You know, I feel that you need to work a little bit more on the groove, a little bit more on the sound design, and that could be a lot of mixing, a lot of sound design, but also making it shorter could potentially make it a little bit more to the point as well. So yeah, it's something to work on. Okie dokie. Nad Digital now.
Why do you do this? Burn in the moment. Couldn't see your behavior was toxic for me. Eternal optimist. I make the best of it. Couldn't see your behavior was toxic for me. Why do you do this? Burn in the moment. Couldn't see your behavior was toxic for me. Eternal optimist. I make the best of it. Couldn't see your behavior was toxic for me.
The number you have dialed is not available at present. Please leave your message after the beep.
Oh, nice. Wasn't expecting this at all.
Yeah,
This lead kind of reminds me of this song over here. This one.
Yeah, yep.
But I like the sound.
Yeah, and the octave was on it, and the MIDI pattern's great. This lead here is, I don't know, there was something about it that seemed almost too sustained. Just a little bit.
Yeah. One check.
Yeah, it's the same.
Yeah. Well, this works to me. I feel that drop 2, drop 1 will make it different. The second thing, we're seeing Avenir saying that the lead doesn't fit. I feel that it does, but I feel that my main thing is the drop 2. It's kind of like, it was a bummer of like, I've already listened to this, you know. I like the transition over here. Overall,
Do you
I
like that transition? Yeah, see, it's almost too left turnish for me.
Yeah, but I feel it's different, you know.
Yeah, it is different, but it's like, okay, we're going this direction, and this is really cool, and then we'll go over here, and then we're gonna come back.
Yeah, I feel that it could be faster though.
Yeah, that might be it. Like
Boom, you know, like maybe it was just a bit too long, you know.
Yeah, it's a hard one because it's fun and you kind of laugh at it, but at the same token, I don't know that I would want to listen to it over and over again. Like, I don't know if that sticks out in a way that makes me go, oh, that was so cool, when it always does that. It's kind of like when it does it once, okay, that's cool, but I don't know that I would, play this over and over.
I agree. The vibe is nice though. I feel that that's mainly it. Make the drop 2 a little bit different, make this part a little bit shorter. That's mainly it, I'd say. Not much that I recall that I needed to like, that's mainly it. Okie dokie.
Yep.
Grims.
Ooh. What are we doing here? Psytrance.
Kick has too much click though.
It does. Dude, I'm so into this. I like this.
I would go with this a bit faster though. Just taking a bit too much time for things to happen at this point, you know? Yeah.
I like that build. I thought it was interesting. The song's already short enough as it is, so
yeah. Yeah, see, this is just taking too long to me. Like, this part is just holding on for too long and things are... I like this.
yeah, it needs a snare.
Yeah, I agree.
That's a good...
Go ahead, Brian.
Yeah, this puts a smile on my face because I love it. It's like, I love the psytrance nature. I like what you've done. The kick definitely does need to change. Like, the kick is garbage. Don't take that the wrong way, but it's just terrible. But in general, it's so cool that, yeah, I'd finish it, please, because the idea is awesome and you've nailed the idea for sure.
Yeah, I feel that the vibe is good. However, even though the song is small, I feel that it could be smaller. Like, I feel that there were some parts that I was just like waiting for things to happen, especially after the drops, after the wah. And I feel that you can make them smaller. Like 1/8 bar is enough, and I think that you made it 2, so I would make them a little bit smaller. Just would be a little bit more to the point.
You could, instead of that, you could actually change the way the build works and build and then come down and build again. And that could be something cool to keep the length of the track. So yeah.
Yeah, I agree with that. So yeah, hope that you like the feedback, dude. And yeah, new mind now.
I'll give you analog sounding.
Nice. Thank you, Dummy Splash, by the way.
I like this, but I'm going to say something controversial. I hate this piano. The soft piano by, I forget who it is. I just don't like the sounds on it.
Don't listen to him.
To me.
I love this break, to be honest.
The break's great.
I just feel that it's a bit too long. Yeah, I feel that the break could be a little bit more concise. It's beautiful, but it's too much.
Yeah, I was going to mention that at the end. No, Elio 6, it's not pianos, it's that particular piano, the soft piano. I love pianos. I played pianos for years, so. Yeah, the felt piano, the Labs one, that's it, Labs soft piano. I think the key volume is the key noise volume. Is what gets to me.
Piano Noir by Contact, that's the one, dude.
That's a really good one. Like, I would love that one. But the Labs one is the one that makes my skin crawl. This is good. This is quality.
I don't like the kick.
Yeah, the kick is, I mentioned it before, the thump on the kick is too much, but it's...
Yeah, I don't like the kick. I think it's, and you can see it over here. It's just too big in terms of the wave that it has. I feel that more would be better than just pump, 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 you know? I love the vibe of the song. I would make the break a bit smaller, maybe make the drop a bit smaller. There were points in the song where I was listening that I was like, where is this taking me? And I'm like, it's taking me too long to take me there. So I like the overall structure, I like the surprise, but I would like to achieve that place a little bit faster, in my opinion. But other than this,
I've been producing tracks that I've been kind of restricting myself to minute breaks. And so I think with this one, it's like 1 minute and 40 seconds long. And so I think it's just too long for people to keep listening to it. So I think you could definitely shorten it just by shortening that break a little bit and then change the goddamn piano. No, I'm just kidding.
And the kick as well. And the kick as well.
Yep.
Okie dokie. Let's keep on going. Mike M key. Straight to the drop. How about you like the feedback, dude? You need a bigger bass over there.
Yeah, the bass could be more present or fuller.
You need to de-ess that vocal as well. It feels like you're pushing the high of the pianos a bit too much, and the brass are too loud. The are too loud as well. But it definitely needs some mixing. The vibe is good though.
I like the toms, the rhythm is spot on. The stabs of the last track, awesome. Oh, you said you'd love to have a stab at mixing it.
Maybe a rolling bass would be nice because I'm missing pace in the song. Something rolling would be nice, I reckon.
16th notes of something.
Love the vocal, by the way. Is it original? Who is the vocal? Oh, Danny. Danny's amazing.
The bass, that stab right here, is too loud. Bring that down just a little bit.
Desire also found myself in you. Oh, I wanna get used to. Wanna get used to.
A lead would be nice over here, in my opinion. And it doesn't need to be the main lead, maybe just a second lead. Mixing overall, like I feel that you have too much low mids, and they could have a little bit more sidechain. We could also have a second lead over there, more bass. A rolling bass would be nice, possibly enhancing the percussions as well, because you can see the percussions here and here are the same. But the vibe, like I focus mainly on the vibe of the song, and the vibe is definitely there. Like I really like the song, to be honest. Brian?
Yeah, the vocal is the vocal's key. Vocal's awesome. Vocal kills. These little things to improve the energy would be great. There's what other people have said, too much reverb on things. So yeah, you've got mixing to do, but I think you've got a good center for this. A 16th notes would be great to roll somewhere. I don't know that it has to be in the bass. You could do it in the mid, but just something to like get it driving and moving forward a little bit more would be awesome.
Yeah, so. And I feel that that rolling bass could be the thing to make it move it a bit faster.
Yep.
Mr. Castle. It's number 30.
30, okay. Got it.
Probably gonna go up to here, to 50 or 51. So whenever I end the donations one, we're gonna go and do a little bit faster, and with the people who are here, and then who is not here, I'm just gonna leave it for afterwards. Yes, it's all the way up. My volume? The song's volume?
Yeah, which volume, Vicma?
Okay. Expecting a bit of change over here in the percussion to make it like a... I love it so far, but like maybe to enhance it a little bit more. What do you think about the song so far?
This would be really cool as a track on a soundtrack or a track for video games.
Yeah.
It's cinematic score, like it's really cool.
I'm not a big fan of this note, but I like the change of notes that you did before. Oh, here's the 4 to the floor now.
Yeah, now we get 4 to the floor. If that's your intro, I don't...
Yeah, I agree. If that's an intro, that's a bit strange for an intro. I'd maybe do a breakdown and then do this part afterwards, because it needs a breakdown over here. Love that lead.
Yeah.
Castle, is that lead the bomber lead from my Diva pack? I knew it.
So, Castle, I gotta ask you, what are you going for with this track? How do you want it to be received? Is this supposed to be a dance track, or is this supposed to be an artist track on a bigger EP?
Yeah. I agree with the question. I feel that the intro works, but there needs a break in there, you know, like, because it's kind of like a big drop. I feel that if you had a break, it would be really nice, because it would break the vibe a little bit, and then you can go into the 4 to the floor, and maybe you can add some bow, bow, bow along to make it a bit bigger, because otherwise it's lacking a bit of, okay, but where is this taking me? You know, like, it's nice to listen to, but it's definitely missing that direction of where is this taking me.
Yeah, and Kessel, now that you wrote that, the idea was this is the starting song for an EP.
Perfect.
That's perfect. So, like, I don't have any feedback from that to say anything else. It was that it's a little bit bipolar in the fact that you have the beginning and then you have this other section, and they're both about the same length. But as a intro track into an EP, great. Keep it the way it is. You're showcasing your musical talent, and that's what it's supposed to be. So yeah, I'm like spot on if that's the case.
I agree with Brian. Spot on if that's the case. So yeah, congrats on that, dude. I'm happy to hear from you. Happy to hear you producing as well, and great to have you again here. Some spoken words could be nice in this. Some spoken words could definitely be nice here. Vikma gave me this. Gave the idea. Go to Mr. Franchesco.
We're skipping Chris the rookie.
No, Chris was already this one.
Oh, was it? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Got it.
So Chris was that one. And if you're wondering where you can get that sample, that you can get it over here in our store, Divine Diva Presets. That's where he got the lead from. So I'm really happy for that, though. Just go to our store. You can find our sample packs and our preset packs over there. It'll grow more and more afterwards. But yeah, cheers.
Chill.
Yes, I did, Ian. Thank you so much. Ciao. I'm Italian as well, but I don't speak Italian.
That bass is like super nice.
So far, so good.
Yeah.
Mr. Juno Stone, directly from Australia. Where's your track?
Comes in a little bit too late.
Yeah.
I would have liked that more at the beginning of the drop.
Yeah. To me, the song, I feel that I missed kind of like if you added like a ride and a drop too, just to intensify it a little bit, because at first it was like, am I listening to the same as whatever I listened? But then you came with the flute.
Yeah.
They lifted up a little bit. but still, like it felt a little bit repetitive. It felt like I was already listened to that. I would so that ride would add just just to add a little bit of go, Brian.
Yeah, that's where if the guitar comes in, you don't need that ride.
Yeah.
Like if you have that guitar, that's the added element. I don't think you need to do both necessarily. You could do the ride at the second half of the second drop, and then that would kind of go up more. So I think like from a structure standpoint, you need to make that second drop different and then even more different and then go into that last break. So it's just that little construction right there. But otherwise, mixing's great. Everything else, the bass is awesome.
Yeah, I agree with you. That's mainly it for Francesco. Hope that you like the feedback. Mainly drop 2 over here. It's like that's what I feel that you need to work, but it's just one less thing. I feel that the vibe, the balance, everything is really good.
Yep.
Thank you. Hope that you like the feedback. Milance. Back to the volume. 3, 7. Okay.
The kick isn't coming through enough. The pads are like loud at this point.
Yeah, that's what I feel that the kick is a bit too low in the spectrum.
Yeah.
Maybe the sub also a bit too big, the sub and the bass. And there's a bit too much knock, a bit too much boom, boom, boom. That's around here.
Maybe, but that's like you balance the sub, it might sound better. Maybe, I don't know.
Yeah,
Hard to
possibly.
say on that. Yeah.
But I feel that there's too much bass. I feel that the main thing is the over bass of the song.
Clap is nice. I like that clap in this one.
Yeah, too much bass here.
Yeah. Yeah, you can see it in the waveform. This is supposed to be a break,
Yeah.
and it's as loud as the other sections.
One thing that I often do if you're using the same bass, in the breakdown I turn it down intentionally in 3 dB. I love I would like more of that, but still the main thing is that there's a bit too much bass in the song.
Yeah, it's just overpowering.
Yeah.
Like it makes it look like a sausage, and that's always a little bit tough.
Love the flourishes. I feel that the main thing, some people said that the drop 1 was a bit repetitive. Maybe you can add those flourishes also to drop 1. And that could be a little bit louder. Last bass, maybe a little bit of last knock in the kick. You're good to go. Brian?
Yeah, it's the same thing. It's like that's the problem with it. Is just the bass stays too sustained too long at the same level. It needs to come down. There needs to be an up and down in the track, and there's no up and down. It's just all flat. So,
Yeah, I agree. Mr. Milance, hope that you like the feedback. Work on it. Send it over again. Let's keep on going. Convict. I love the piano playfulness.
See, this is a much better piano. On the sub.
Yeah, too much sub.
Yeah.
I love the vibe.
Yeah. Yeah, it doesn't sound like there's sidechain on the sub or sidechain enough. It's there, it's just not enough.
Lead could be louder.
I like the structure of this break.
Love the guitar.
Yeah.
Wow. Love it. Love the vocal.
Bring that guitar forward though. It's reverbed and wide. Bring it forward and centered a little bit.
Perfect. Why he's saying this? Because when you put it in mono, the song pretty much the guitar disappears. Just mono. And it needs to appear more because like it's such a great vibe in the piano in the guitar.
Yeah.
Too much sub. The guitar is a little bit more center. Yeah, that's mainly it. The guitar more centered. The vocal could be a bit louder even.
Yeah, it's hard because I know that's not a main vocal. Like it's not meant to be, and so it's more of the background. So I don't know that you want it louder. I think it's the other elements need to be more balanced, which will make the vocal fit more in there. So
yeah. Any other comments?
Yeah, no, leave the structure. You've nailed the arrangement. Yeah, arrangement's nailed, absolutely nailed. The piano is awesome, the guitar is awesome. Those need to be more of the feature of the song. And the vocal being in the background can be in the background if you make the piano and the guitar more front and centered in this track. And if you do that, then you're spot on. So
either that or you push your lead a little bit more centered. But even then, I would leave the guitar a little bit more, a little bit centered. But
yeah, it needs to come in a little bit just to be more forward. But once you bring it in, then balance the level of it because it needs to just kind of be there. So, but no, this is not too short. This is not the arrangement's perfect.
No, arrangement is perfect.
Yeah,
don't change that. I agree with you. Mr. Chandler. Gonna go right into the sauce. Let me cover this over here. This is Chandler over here at number 34.
Actually, I don't think think the clap needs to be louder, but it needs to be shorter and more high end. Like it needs to be snappier.
Yeah, I agree. I feel that it needs to be quieter, actually.
If it's snappier, it could come down in volume. It's the tail of it that's like not right with it right now.
Tambourines are definitely too loud, though.
Oh yeah.
Here, like, I'm not sure I would do this because it's kind of like smaller than before. I feel that you need to build a bigger tension for this for you to shorten everything and get rid of everything, because it was a bit strange the way that it broke everything off, you know.
Or that slidey synth needs to be like slightly louder as the focus. Like it needs to go big there. Yeah, I'm missing a room reverb on the drums to kind of pull them all into the same place. They don't sound like they're in the same room together at all.
And comment here, I feel that your drop 1 could be smaller. And maybe you need to sidechain your bass a bit more as well, okay? Pay attention to this because I feel that it could be conflicting with the kick.
Yeah, the kick is good. The kick is proper for this type of song, though.
Yeah, so. And here, I would get rid of it right away. Like, after you end the percussion, just go straight to the break, in my opinion. But it feels like this whole song filtered now. Like,
the shakers are filtered.
Yeah, but it feels like the song is feeling like more listening through a phone, you know? I was listening on a good speaker, now I'm listening on a bad speaker. That's how I'm feeling at the moment, you know?
Yeah, you're trying to do the narrow and then go wider. And yeah, you've already overdone it by a little bit.
Yeah.
Because when it opened up, the drop was cool, and it makes sense that you tried to make that drop stand out more. But yeah, just a little bit too much on that.
Something a bit more than what this drop is. Maybe you change the bass, change the bass progression, just because it feels like it's what you had, more open, but I want like something different in addition. So change the bass, something like this.
Yeah, I'm also with Aonia on this. Like, what is the actual melody that I'm listening for here? Is it the harp, which is in the background, or is it the slidey synth? If it's the slidey synth, that's fine, but it needs to... It needs to have a change up a little bit to it. I like the slidey synth. I really do. Yeah, it's a really good slidey synth.
Yeah, I like it as well. I feel that the main thing over here in the song would be like adding that different kind of vibe, like the different bass line. That would change a little bit the drop too, and would be refreshing to it, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Maybe the kick has too much power in the attack as well. That's also something to look into. But drop 1 could be smaller. Changing the drop 2 this could be smaller as well, and a little bit less attack. That's where I would go first, and then we go. Feel free to send it over again, and I'll definitely give it a listen again. Brian?
Yeah, and the big thing is in the break, when you go to the break, you've cut out so much and then also narrowed everything too much. Like, if you're going to be doing narrowing and then opening, you want to have that be kind of short in how long that takes. Like, you've narrowed it for too long, and it sounds like on a bad speaker, basically.
Yeah. Let's keep on going. Aonia now. Probably just an intro. Be a little bit more centered, more sidechain as well. But I do like the vibe. Maybe a bit too much attack as well.
Okay, what's the over-under on June 84 being the month and day or year that Aonia was born?
Is that it?
I don't know. Dang it. This is a good addition here. Like, this is structurally, you nailed this.
I want to see the drop 3 before I say this.
Bass could come down a little bit right here.
Yeah, I agree.
Just to drop the volume. And then build back up into this. Like, it didn't come down enough.
There will be a vocal apparently because he's mentioning instrumental, so I'm just questioning if there's space for a vocal here in this song. Here there is, but in the drop I'm not sure.
Yeah, well, the second half of that drop.
Yeah.
Yeah. Structurally right on. acid being more, like pull more out, make it really intensely different, and then go into this section.
Yeah. Well, I may be a bit harsh, but I feel that like the drop one, I'm considering this to be drop one from here to here. I felt that was a bit too much. I feel that you can do this a bit faster. You don't need 2 8-bars, two, because here we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we have 10 8-bar loops. I feel that you could do this in like a minute and a half instead of 10. I think it was too much. Maybe you have 6 instead of 10. Because when it comes to drop 2, I was like, it didn't feel like it was innovative enough, in my opinion. I feel that it could have been a little bit smaller and would be the composition would stand out a little bit more, in my opinion. Because at this drop, it became a bit like, I was like, okay, it became a bit repetitive towards the end.
Yeah, if you want to keep it the way it is, the second drop, you brought in that robotic kind of middle leady formant synthy thing, and that could be more of the focus, which would make it different. And then, like I said, with that turn, make it really intensely different. That would be how I would adjust it if you want to keep the structure the same. If you want to change the structure, I'm okay with the way Leo's suggesting it, but I'm also like, I could see this being the same length, just adjust the second drop, I think is what we're calling it, to where that more acid formant synth is heavier, more forward, more in your face, and then it changes a little bit at that second half, and then I think you'd be fine.
Yeah.
So.
And for the people who haven't submitted a song, who haven't donated, let me know over here in the comments who are still here, so I can bump you up afterwards after we finish the donations, because I'm probably gonna stay for like 5 to 10 minutes more. So yeah, just feel that it would help us. But Aonia, I like the track, and the vocal, I'm not sure it would be too much for it. Okay, so try it. I would try it. Definitely would try it.
Yeah. It depends on what you find as far as the vocal.
Yeah.
It would have to fit perfectly. So yeah.
But at the same time, you treat me like you do all the rest.
So are we on Arnie?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Right on the border of love and leaving. I'm jumping the fence and then I'm turning round. I'm right on the border of love and leaving. I'm taking the leap, then I stay on ground.
Whoever didn't donate, let me know in the comments if you're still here, because if nobody's here, I'll probably end the song after the donation. So yeah, let me know.
'Cause I don't trust the phone.
Clap is a bit too loud.
Yeah, a little bit.
Yes, you did, Avenir.
The bass is a little bit loud too, or a little bit. Well, it's a Reese, so it's supposed to be wide. It's just a little high. But yeah, great vocal.
But at the same time, I keep coming around for some more.
Arnie's showing up too. He's writing tracks in G sharp minor.
Of love and leaving. I'm jumping the fence and then I'm turning round. I'm right on the border of love and leaving. I'm taking the leap, then I'll stay on ground. 'Cause I don't. 'Cause I don't trust the
Louder lead, maybe a quieter bass.
Yep.
that's mainly it.
Yeah.
Quieter clap, louder lead, quieter bass. That's mainly it.
Yeah, that's it. Great track. Really, really good track. Really good vocal.
Yeah, that's mainly it. Do you have anything else to say?
No, not really. Not on that one. Like it's the Reese is a little bit too loud, but
Yeah.
that's about it. So
That's mainly it. Now, Hares.
nice drums.
Yeah.
Yeah, the bass doesn't work with this.
I agree.
So with this one, everything is too narrow.
Yeah. Too much in the center.
Yeah.
I'm not sure I like the bass as well. I feel that maybe a plucky bass, like a boom, 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 boom,
Yeah.
boom, would be better.
It's both, on this one, it's both pattern and the
And
preset
sound,
that
yeah.
you used. Yeah.
I agree.
I think it could be interesting to have it be a plucky bass at the beginning, and then on that drop, actually, it could stay as this sustained bass as a change up.
Yeah. Comments?
Yeah, it's the idea is cool. The drums are really, really cool. So Hares, I'm gonna make an assumption on this that you're a little bit newer to producing, and if you are, like, keep writing, keep doing stuff. You've got the right ideas on things. You need to work on sound design, work on making more sounds. You've got some cool things going on, but it needs to, like, just keep doing what you're doing. Like, you've got a good idea of where you're going. So that's what I would give you for a piece of advice.
Yeah. I feel that the bass and the percussions, like, you're going from one vibe in one part and one vibe in another part. And like the bass has one vibe, the percussions have another one. I would go for something a little bit more plucky. And I missed a break over here in the middle of the song. It was kind of like 3 minutes and 44 of drop, you know? So it was kind of like, it was too much of the same idea, you know? So that's exactly why the break is there for, like, to break the pattern a little bit and to, like, get us a little bit out of what we've been listening for the time. And I missed that in your song, you know? And
yeah,
that
it was the drums was the reason why the bongos kept going throughout the entire thing. So,
yeah. And that made me think that the song was a bit generic not generic, repetitive in a way towards the end, okay? even though you added more elements and everything, I feel that that's how it made me feel. So add a breakdown, change the bass line, maybe make it a plucky bass, or you need to sidechain a lot more, possibly low pass it a little bit more as well, high cut it a little bit, just because the bass is intruding a little bit of the percussion and you don't know what to pay attention to, if it's the bass or the percussion, and also that's where it was confusing to me. Okie dokie. Nos.
Since he's not here, this is garbage. I can already tell. It's terrible.
I think he's here. I'm not sure.
He was on. He said he needed to get off. So
Oh, okay.
you can watch this later. Shaker's awesome.
Yeah. Is it too loud though?
It's a little bit loud, but it's the right sound.
Hope that you like the feedback, Hares. A bit too loud.
A little bit. I was wondering if a vocal was going to come in.
Gonna start. First, I feel that your leads are too loud, and I feel that you need to make them a bit quieter and also a bit more centered. When you put it in mono, they disappear. Second thing, I like the idea, but it needs a vocal in my opinion. And as far as I remember, you said that you're gonna add a vocal. Love this part over here in the middle. Was a nice addition. That's mainly it. I feel that you need to add a vocal, and that's mainly what I would do so far.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever heard a track from you guys that doesn't have a vocal, so I was waiting for it and it just never came, so I can totally see where it needs to go, and I think once you do that, then I'll get a better idea for the track. But I think what Leo said in general, the lead was wide, and I could tell right away that was going to disappear when you put it in mono. Like,
yeah.
It was just right away. It was like, oh, I like that, but yeah, it's gone.
Yeah. That's mainly it, guys. Thanks for the submission, and work on it and send it again. Shaky now.
Chic.
Have you ever asked yourself the question, who am I?
Is this an intro?
What is it that you're truly seeking?
Or is this a drop? I'm kind of missing
a drop.
I'm kind of missing a bass here, right? Because I see this getting bigger.
Yeah.
So I'm assuming that this is like it's missing a bass over here. Because it needs something else, because I'm hearing the kick in the low end and I can show it to you. Here's a kick, but there's no bass over here to compensate this kick.
Yeah, this is,
You are the source.
we're 2 minutes in and there's no bass. It's
Yeah.
really weird.
No, and I don't think that it's gonna even show up to the track.
Oh, yeah.
You are the source.
Yeah, the ARP's too loud.
Yeah, I feel that for starters, you need a bass over here. Otherwise, like, it's hard to imagine even where this song is going because it's lacking the main thing, you know, like it's lacking something like
Your
this.
true identity.
Wait a sec.
Your authentic
Yeah,
expression.
there's no bass or sub.
You are the source.
And you see how it's lacking that?
Yeah, 100%.
You are the source.
So, Chic, I feel that you need to add a bass in your both drops because I could 100% consider this just to be an intro, you know? The vibe that you have, it could be something, but it's hard to even judge it where you want to go because without a bass, it could go anywhere, you know?
Yeah, I think we can kind of finish with that. Like, there's not much else we can say without that. So.
Yeah, and you have a bass over here. We can hear it. But when it goes to the drop, that same bass kind of disappears because of the kick and everything, you know? You have the construction of it. You have the construction of the song in terms of where you want to go. You're building more elements and everything, but it's kind of like... It's hard to not hear that it doesn't have a bass and hard to think of anything else to say without a bass in there because a bass could change things for good and for bad, you know? So
Yeah.
So, streamline, work a bass for this song. I feel that a plucky bass would be nice. And one thing, just make sure that this drop is not the same as this drop as well. Because it could 100% be, so make sure that these could be different as well. Okie dokie. I feel that that's mainly what I have to say there. Brian?
Yeah, it's the same thing. It just feels like an intro of a track without the
Yeah.
bass. So get that in there or get the bass volume up or whatever you're going to do, but it needs to be there. So,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okie dokie. Let's keep on going over here, Mr. Avenir. Your time has come, dude.
You remixed this song.
No one else sees, but I got stuck. This soon forever came. Stop pushing on for just a second. Then nothing's changed.
Super bold move. You screw this up and you're dead to me.
Guess it crept away. No one's calling for me at the door. An unpredictable won't bother anymore. And silently gets harder to ignore. Look straight ahead, there's nothing left to see.
Honestly, with this vocal, it's incredibly hard to screw it up. So.
Just let it go. When I can never be.
Yeah.
The vocal could be louder here. And the bass more centered.
No, I think the bass is nice wide. Like if you center it too much, you're gonna drown out the vocal.
I don't hear any mid bass in the center.
Maybe, yeah.
Just slightly, you know. I agree with the higher parts. You can have the higher parts in stereo, but the mids of it, you can have it in the center.
think a little bit of filter work on the bass would also be good as well, because like it's got a lot of top end to it. So I think you could bring it down, filter it down just a smidge.
Take this happy ending away. It's all the same.
I love the mood over here.
Yeah. Yep. And these drums are good. On this lead, and I don't know if it's the notes versus the vocal or the sound versus the vocal.
It's a bit too quiet in my opinion.
I felt like in the break it was playing at the same time as the vocal. During the drop it was calling responsing with the vocal, but during the break they were overlapping too much. I would look at the MIDI on the notes in the break. Yeah, my two things for this, just the bass is too, like, you need to adjust the bass a little bit, filter it, something to get it less big. It's good, but it's too big. And then the lead, it needs to look at the MIDI in the break, and then I might even change the sound. I'm not sure. But you need to look at the MIDI at least. Yeah,
I agree with you. I feel that the lead, I like the lead, but it's just too quiet in my opinion. And I feel that the bass, it's too wide. Could have a little bit more in the mids, in my opinion. The vibe is good, and I felt that the vocal was a bit too quiet over here. It should be like a little bit louder. And there were some points over here that the vocal felt a bit off to, in my opinion.
Yeah, that's where I'm thinking, because of where the lead's playing, the vocal sounds off. Like, yeah. That's why look at the MIDI notes there, yeah, as to where they're playing, because it's like playing at the same time as when the vocal is trying to say a word, and it's like, oh, that wasn't meant for this vocal. So, yeah.
That's mainly it, dude. I feel that's mainly what I have to say on the song. Work on it, send it back, and then we'll give you some feedback there. Yeah. Let's keep on going. Dummy splash.
Dummy splash.
Straight to the drop. Again, I'm gonna do a last shout out. If you're here, I've already heard from Forsby, I've already heard from Umanji. I know that Pillow Ears is there because he's commenting a lot. But whoever is still here, let me know. Otherwise, I'm just gonna listen afterwards, okay? Leave it a comment just saying I'm here and I'll find your song. However, I can already anticipate that I'm gonna go a bit faster on the songs because 7, 6.5, and 8:15, I will need to go faster. Not only because they're long, but also because they're non-donation as well. So, Dummy, I'm kind of torn in the off kick. Like, I like it, but I'm like, do I like it? What do you think?
What I'm a little bit confused by is which one is actually the kick.
Yeah.
Like, I don't think it's differentiated enough from your bass.
Maybe what you can do is you can low cut the ones that are not actually the floor to the floor, just so you have the thump, but you don't have the, you know? Because I'm confused of what is kick, what is thumb, what is, you know, it's a bit. That's the confusing part to me.
Yeah, it's like if you make the kick more pronounced to know which one the kick is, it will make the track more clear, and then you can kind of groove more to it. I like the feel, like, although this cut is a little bit long.
Yeah, and this this I feel that you're just dying the song too much.
Yeah. Ooh, that instrument came in really loud. Too wide in the mid bass area. Like 400 hertz is a little bit wide. I like that a lot. The little pluck that goes into the drop there. That was really cool.
This vocal is a bit too loud.
The vocal's a bit too loud, but the groove is better here for some reason. I'm not sure why. Maybe because you've got the guitar or the I don't know what instrument it is that's playing that gives you the rhythm.
But maybe like a shaker as a hat.
Yeah, to give it, actually, that could be good.
Here's Alex. I feel that, to simplify, I feel that this part could have been faster. Like, you don't need to go here and undie this out. I feel that this came with a little bit too much mid bass, and I feel that you could introduce a bit more percussions here. Lastly, what we said about the kick, I feel that we can not chop the kick, but maybe have it a little bit more to the point. Not to the point, but like the main kick needs to cut through a little bit more, in my opinion.
Well, it needs to be identified.
Yeah.
Like maybe it needs a top end on top of it or something, because it's all the same as your sub and bass, so it's like the same thing. So I don't know which one's which. But yeah, the second half grooves better. I do like the idea of an off hat because I think that would be really good to give you an upbeat rhythm to it. But that's the part of it is because the kick's not there, the rhythm's not there. So like you've got to figure that out. So yeah.
Okie dokie. Rick Stones.
Cool stuff though. Very different. I like very cool stuff though. I did like the overall feel of it.
Cheers, Elio 6. I'd probably make the bass a bit quieter. I just feel that the notes and the way that you're sound designing it feels a bit too big. But I like it. That lead could be louder. Just need to stand up for a while. One second.
Go for it.
3 hours and a half sitting is not so young anymore, right?
I'm older than you. Stop it. I was at the spa yesterday, so I guess I have that going for me.
No, dude, and my chair has something at the moment. I need to fix it, so it's like killing my back. I feel that
get a producer chair.
I feel that the drop could be a little bit smaller. Like, I would wish to come to this point over here by like 15 to 30 seconds faster.
Yeah.
So I like it so far. No comments other than the ones that I've already had, but that's mainly it.
Yeah, it's the break is not too long. It's only a minute long, but you need to speed things up, get it going faster. So
like this lead to be to be a little bit more intense. I feel that the vibe is nice, the songs are nice, the leads are nice, but it's a bit too soft in my opinion.
Yeah, it gets a little bit bigger after this break.
But it's still a bit too soft, you know, like it's still kind of like a lounge song, you know, like, and I want it to be more like I'm not like this would be an opener song, you know.
Yeah, this song is, you can tell that, like, Brick, you produce it really well. You've done good with the mixing, the sound design, and all of that. It just needs to have
edge.
Yeah, a little bit more edge to it. So think punk rock and try to reduce some of your sounds.
Yeah, I really like the vibe, everything in it, like composition-wise, arrangement perfect. It's just the sound design that this lead could be like, maybe if you added a guitar doing the same notes, it would have that edge, you know, like, and it wouldn't make it, I think that it can make it more playable, let's say like this.
Or go with a bass stab that's kind of grindy and dirty. Like, you need something that's dirty and in your face. Like, that's why I'm saying go with punk rock. Think punk rock and then figure it out.
Yeah, that's mainly it, dude. Hope that you like the feedback. Let's keep on going. Mr. Juno Stone. I'm gonna go straight to the drop again. Kind of short on time over here, so I'm gonna maximize whatever. Nice kick and bass.
Good ARP too.
Yeah.
And good pattern on it. I like that you changed it. Yeah, that's cool. That's well done.
I would make the ARP a little bit louder, actually.
Yeah, a little bit. When it opens up and the filter goes bigger, it gets louder, so it's hard to, like, you don't want that to be too loud. So that's where I get the idea. It bounces around, and then every once in a while you get those little notes.
Kind of missing bass though.
Yeah, the bass is a little bit soft.
really nice melody. Like really, really nice melody.
Yeah, yeah. I want that melody to be more, and I'm hoping in this drop we get it like big.
It's kind of getting a bit too big before the drop, though, in my opinion. Like maybe I would keep it filtered and open it up all the way in the drop.
Well, it goes away.
Yeah, it goes away.
Let it go.
Exactly. Keep
Bring
the
it
lead over
back.
there. 100%.
I feel like Luke Skywalker in Star Wars. Bring it back. Where'd she go?
Yeah. I mean, like, the main thing of the song, which you were teasing, which was the lead, you took it out. And the drop 2 kind of left a bit like, oh, where's the main character of the song, you know? Like, it's almost like you kill Luke Skywalker before the fight with Darth Vader, you know? So
Going full Star Wars on you.
you know what I mean? So it's
Yeah.
that's what I'm missing over here. Other than this, though, actually, like, I want more than you already had in the song. Like, make it a bigger melody or something like this, you know? Any other comments? Have you more bass? That's it, right?
Yeah, more bass is about it, and then just like really get that lead to be the main focus on that drop, and I think it'll be much better. I don't like Vikma's suggesting a 1-bar pause. I don't think so. If you make that lead huge right there, if you can do it right there, then I think you're fine. So
Yeah.
it's all about that lead just going away. Where did it go? Bring it back.
Yeah. Let's go now to Mr. Tom Since Birth. It's number 44.
Got it.
Okay. Gonna go. Needs a bit more bass here.
It does, like I know what you're going for, and yeah, the bass is missing in the sense of, okay, I can hear it there, but it almost sounds like the sub's been cut out of it.
Yeah, like if we look at over here, we can see a lot of like the sub is there actually. You could see it, but it needs more over here. It needs more body.
Yeah.
I'm not sure the kick is just a bit too big in there, you know?
Yeah, there's something not right about those two matching up together.
Yeah. Yeah, there's definitely needing bass over there. Especially over here, can you see how this is really big, but you need what precedes it. It's kind of leave a gap between this and the kick itself.
So this is more the style that I'm going for with like indie dance kind of. But if you're gonna go this way, that bass needs to be more of a disco style bass. So it needs to be more present there, and it needs to be more of a natural style compared to what you have. What you have this really digital style, but that doesn't work for indie bass or indie dance. So you're not quite there yet on the bass sound design is where I'm thinking you need to be. The idea is right.
Maybe a plucky bass?
Maybe.
Boom.
Or go with a simple off bass where it's bum, 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 bum. So it's there. Like
but
this
he
bass
has an off. Yeah, he has an off bass. I feel that he needs
it's the wrong bass. Like,
Yeah.
it's just not the right
I feel that either a plucky bass or a rolling bass would be nice.
Yeah.
Because he does have like the content is good, you know, like it's just that it's missing the bass.
Yeah.
And the kick 100%. The kick is not the best.
Yeah, I'm also a little bit more skeptical of this lead because it's too trancey sounding. but it needs to get mixed better where it could sound better. So very, very creative.
Yeah, very creative. I agree with
very
you.
creative.
Agree with you. Good stuff. Work on the bass line. I feel that have a plucky bass or a rolling bass, and I feel that you're gonna have a lot of. You can improve your song. Change your kick. I feel that it's a bit too thumpy. That's what I would do for your song. Okie dokie. Now, 2 other donations that weren't here. SPK.
SPK, yeah.
Can go straight to 1 minute actually, which is a drop. Cheers, Mason. Thank you so much for staying with us.
Yeah, have a good night, Mason.
So first of all, again, same thing. Not the best kick. It's actually lacking a thump in the kick, right? There's no sub in the kick, right? And it's actually like you have a sub in the bass, but the bass needs a bit more side chaining, right?
Yeah,
and
you've also got too much mid bass.
Low mids, yeah.
Yeah, low mids.
And with the piano, it gets a bit worse, right?
Yeah, it's just muddy. So basically, everything needs to be cut around 400 hertz.
Yeah.
If you can do that, that'll open up space in the track.
Yeah, I feel that so far you need to get more sidechain in the bass, a better kick, and last little mids in your sounds. They're just a bit too crowded in there.
Yep.
And possibly make it a bit shorter because we're 2 minutes in the drop, and it feels like I'm starting to like, where's the break? You know, like, come on, you know. I feel that you have nice elements though.
Yeah, like the idea is cool. Your synths are fun, interesting, even different. Like they're good, but they need to have their placement. They don't have enough of this needs to be here and this needs to be here. And so I think if you focus on getting your sounds and saying, where is this playing and where can I not have something else playing? That's a concept that if you get that, it will make your tracks better.
Same thing over here. Last low mids over here.
Yeah.
See why I feel that you need to add last over here, because when you go to the drop 2, it's the same thing as what you already had. So maybe if you cut your drop over here, then you go to a breakdown and you start your drop with something a bit bigger than what you had before. Because if you build your drop up to here and then you just flat out, it just doesn't grow, you know, it just stays the same.
There needs to be different energy levels, and then on top of that, once you figure out what the main part of the track is, get that be alone by itself. Because right now everything's in the same space, so it sounds like it's all playing on top of each other.
Maybe change the bass as well.
Yeah.
Clear the low mids, add a bigger bass, a bigger kick, more sidechain on the bass, and last on the drop 1, and maybe change the chord progression in the drop 2 as well. That's mainly what I'd have to. Brian?
Yep, same. Yeah, very similar comments on that.
Yeah, but I feel that I feel that the first 3 that we said, kick, low mids, and more sidechain would give a new face to the song already. So that's what I would prioritize at this point.
Yep.
Mr. Hanning, for example, see how the kick is a bit bigger? Now it's even too big in my opinion. Oh, you're still there, Sean. I didn't know. If you were there, you would listen to your song a lot before.
Yeah, I'm skipping in.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm skipping in as well. Henny, I'm gonna have to skip in because 8 minutes, otherwise it's just too long. So, for example, I feel that based on this drop, I can already say that, for example, your sub is too wide. When I put your song in mono, there's a lot of sub that goes away. And in my opinion, it shouldn't be like this. your lead is a bit too thin as well, so you can make it a little bit bigger as well in there.
Also, like, that wasn't really an intro per se.
Yeah.
So it's like you don't have an intro, you just drop into it, and then you
Yeah.
go for almost 2 minutes with a drop right at the beginning. Like, again, 8-minute tracks are just too long these days. Try to make it 5.5.
Yeah, you could have done, instead of 2 8 bars, just instead of 4 8 bars, just one. Go over here one, go over here another one. Again, pay attention to your stereo because there's a lot of stereo things over here, and if I put your song in mono, a lot of it will just disappear. For example, listen in stereo. See the difference? It's just losing a lot of energy over here. Again, would go a little bit faster. You see how we were kind of the same as what we had before?
Well, he had those stabs, and then it went back to
Yeah.
the harp.
I feel that you need to. I would make this intro a little bit like make it an intro, and then you can go into the break after the intro. But you need to make this, otherwise this is just a bit too much of the same, you know? Other than this part over here. And again, it's taking from 3 minutes to 5. It's just a bit too much. Brian said, I think 3 times today already, that if you can make this song into 5 minutes and a half, maybe 6, a lot better. But
Yeah,
pay attention to. Go ahead.
Yeah, my point is start with your arrangement at 5.5 minutes. Try to tell the whole story in 5.5 minutes. And then if you have to expand it by 15 seconds, like an extra 8 bars, do it, but try to tell it in 5.5 minutes.
Yeah. And then we go back to what we had before, right? So,
Yeah.
summarizing, I feel that this part needs to, I think that you have to do some work on 2 areas. The best part of the work will be on the arrangement and on the sound design. So arrangement, you need to make this an intro, make this a little bit quieter. Then this part over here, you're going to make it a drop. But this third drop, it needs to be bigger. It needs to have maybe something else. And you can go back to one of the songs that we listened from a guy called Hares. It felt the same thing, and you can see that it already has a lot more going on. But when you have two drops that have the same thing, it just becomes a bit repetitive. Okay. Second thing, to me, is there's just too much stereo and not so much mono. I feel there needs to be a little bit more centered in the song. Brian?
Yeah, and the synth leads, like the notes that you're playing are cool. What you've done with them is nice, but they're thin. So it seems like you've cut them a little bit too much, and it needs to be bigger by having more body on the bottom of it. And then your stabs were really cool, but then you only had them on that one drop. And I think that could be more present in the track and go throughout. So it would give bigger energy. So it needs to be more balanced from a sound perspective of where things are playing for it to be as long as it is. But the main thing, I don't even think you need the third part of that track. I think you could do with just the
Just
one
the 2.
part.
Yeah.
Yeah, just the 2, and it would be fine. So yeah.
Now we are into the non-donations. We're just gonna do Forsby, Momonji, and Pillow Ears because these are the ones that showed up. But as normal, we're gonna skip through a little bit faster because that's how we normally do the non-donations. Thank you, Brian, for staying along with us.
Yeah.
Thank you, Forsby. Thank you, Momonji, and thank you, Pillow Ears, also for staying along with us.
This is pretty cool.
Yeah. I do feel that the kick could be a bit louder, though.
It could, yeah.
Like, it is loud over here in the thump, but it could have a bit more body, maybe. Be careful with the boom, 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 because when you put it in mono, they 100% disappear.
I was a little bit worried about that. They're good sounds, but yeah.
Yeah.
is good.
Yeah, the ARP is really nice.
Yeah.
But I do feel that you're starting to just stretch this drop a little bit too long. Same thing as what we said to the other people. I'm kind of worried to what it's gonna be in the drop too, you know?
Yeah. Like this is really big, but is it too much?
Yeah, is it too much? Does it need to be that big? Could it be smaller? Maybe 115 is enough, in my opinion. But the ARP is really good.
Yeah. ARP works
Perfectly,
It also
yeah.
works this break. But it's not. It's taking a little bit long to grow.
Yeah, agreed. It's not repetitive, which is a good thing.
Yeah. Yeah, you did it right with that mix, and that's really nice.
I would just make it smaller. And that's it. Like, even though it's not repetitive and it works like this, I feel that you could make it smaller. Like, I didn't feel that it needs to be 7 minutes long. If you made this song be 6 minutes long, it would be already a lot better to me because it would be a little bit more to the point.
I think if you kept it at 7 minutes, what would help it is, again, with your phrase changes at 16 bars, cut more out and make it more pronounced that you're doing those changes. And if you did that, then 7 minutes is fine.
Yeah.
Even though I still feel the break was a little bit long. But,
Yeah, I agree.
You know, if you can keep it at 7 minutes though, definitely. But just make the phrase changes more pronounced there.
Mix-wise, I don't think that it needs, like, maybe a little bit less in the low mids, but I'd be like, not even sure if you need to do cuts in the low mids. Maybe the kick, as I said, but that's pretty much it, to be honest.
Yeah, no, it was very, very well mixed.
Yeah.
So yeah, that was good.
Mumonji now. Thank you again for submitting. Thank you for staying that long with us. Hope that this was helpful. And Mumonji. Okay, so kick could be louder. Some percussion leaks are a bit too loud. Piano is too loud.
Yeah.
The idea is good though.
The idea is great.
Yeah.
The kick just needs to come out more.
Yeah. More kick, 100%.
With a vocal too. This is really good.
Do you feel that the lead is a bit disconnected to the song?
No. I'm gonna say no. I actually like it this way.
But do you think it could have more reverb?
It could. It needs to be mixed better.
Yeah. It's a bit too dry and a bit too loud in my opinion.
Yeah. But like I like this. I get what you're saying, Vikma, but I'm actually playing with more stuff that has stabby type leads, and if they're reverbed and mixed right, it's actually really cool to have that organic sound and then have that be so different. The contrast is something different for people to listen to, because otherwise it becomes more of the same.
Vocal, yeah, too loud.
Yeah.
But really nice vocal.
Yeah, like the concept of this track.
It's really good.
Mumungi, if you're around, you'd be awesome. Like, this is different. This is vibey. It's groovy. I love it. Like,
it's just mixing, dude. If you get the mixing right, you get 100%. Kick could be louder. The vocal a bit quieter. Some percussion's a bit quieter as well. Check your mono stereo.
Reverb on that lead.
Yeah.
And
piano is a bit too stereo. But other than this, dude, the vibe is like really good.
Yeah, this is super cool.
And these effects are a bit too loud as well.
Yeah.
Okie dokie. Let's go pillow ears. Go ahead.
Good job, Mumungi. I'm just going to say good job. That was awesome.
Good job, dude. Good job. Sergey, you can send it over here. I'll listen when I have time, but not today. I'll left the link in the chat. Okie dokie. Pillow ears. Thank you for staying that long with us. Yeah, this intro could be smaller. You can see that we're going through and like not much has happened up to 2 minutes. You couldn't make this in 1 minute, in my opinion.
Yeah, I don't know what.
You have it over here.
You totally could have done that in a minute. Absolutely. The lead has too much white noise on it.
Yeah.
It's a really, really cool pattern, and I really like it. But yeah, it has too much white noise.
Kick and bass are fine as well.
Yeah. What happened with that? That synth goes out of tune.
Yeah.
At 250.
Yeah, here. So here, the snare and the synth. First, they need more sidechain. Second thing, like I like it better without it, to be honest. Like, go from here to here. So, you know, like I feel that could be better, to be honest. This a bit too loud.
Yeah. And it could be reverb, like longer tail on it.
And at this point, again, 2 minutes up to 4 minutes, I'm already starting to get a bit bored with the song. Even skipping through, I'm like, okay, come to the break now. You know, like, otherwise, when you go to the drop 2, you're not gonna leave anything left for it, you know. I want to see how this goes over here.
Yeah.
Can you see how the drop 1 is bigger than this?
Yeah.
So that's what I mentioned over here with you. Like the way that this should have come to like the biggest part of the song, which like, should be like this should be the drop, you know. But at the moment you go to the drop 2, and it's kind of like I've already listened to that, and what I've listened was even bigger than this. So it's like you know, it does remind me of Dennis Ferry Hey Hey as well.
Yeah, these stabby synths are really cool. It's just, it takes, at 8 minutes, it just takes way too long to get to them. And I go back to it, 5.5 minutes. You make this a 5.5 minute track, and it's a great track. At 8 minutes, it's too much.
So he said that I skipped the best part, but I'm still like, the thing is, it's nothing that I haven't listened to, you know? I feel that if you went to your song up to here, maybe this would be the end of the drop 1. Then you go to the drop 2 and it starts like this. Then it would be nice. Because at this point, it's just missing, like, the way that you're starting the drop 1 just makes me want to like if I was listening to this song as a listener, I'd probably just skipped it after the drop 2 because I would listen to it and be like, yeah, I've already listened to this, not gonna be it, but next,
And Pillars, don't get me wrong, like you have these are really, really, really cool sounds and
Yeah.
really, really, really cool ideas. I really, really like a lot of what's going on. When we talk about structure, the reason why we talk about it the way we talk about it is, and I'll go back to it, I DJ music like this, and that's what this music is meant for, is to DJ. And if you're DJing this music as an 8-minute track, you get like 1 minute where you're mixing in, 1 minute where you're mixing out, and in between has to be extremely tight in order for the DJ to have something to do with it. Because if you've got all of this stuff going on and it doesn't progress right, or the drop doesn't happen right, you lose the dance floor. And that's why 8-minute tracks don't work as well anymore, because dance floors want to continually have something new going on during those periods. And that middle section was really good. Like, you did some great jobs with it, but that needed to be the biggest portion of the track. And then you could almost go away and that would be the end. Whereas you kept going with it and added this whole other section that was like, okay, it's there, but I'm never going to hear it because the DJ is going to mix out of it. They're just going to get rid of it because the dance floor's gone away. So I appreciate what you're saying. Like, you made something really cool, and there are parts in there that are awesome. So I want to recognize that, and you should see that as we recognize that.
Yeah.
It's just, this is for DJing.
I agree. I agree with you. The thing is, Pillars, I'm gonna be honest, as I said, like, we're going through this in an 8-minute song. If we listen through, we can get an idea of what's happening just by skimming through the song. It's not that we're not listening. We're listening how the song is progressing. The thing is, we need to listen in an objective way of what is happening in a 2.5 minutes drop. As we said, you grew a bit too much, and then when you go to the drop 2, as I agree with Garlic, you had some good parts in the song. I like this over here. That's how you should start your drop 2, for example. To me, that's it. However, when we are listening through an 8-minute song, we have to go through it, even with the people that do donations, because otherwise we don't leave other parts for other listeners as well. So we like. What we're trying to give in a way is within a section that we can fit in everyone. We have to give you some constructive feedback, and I think that we did. I think that the thing is, the song is too big for what it needs. It needs to be a little bit smaller, and you need to choose the best parts of each drop and play it right away. Or for example, the drop 1 is a bit too long, so make it shorter. The drop 2, it starts a little bit less exciting than the drop 1, so you need to start with this other section of the song, and you can do it. You can do this even listening through, and you can say you've listened to a minute. That's how a label would listen to your song as well. So that's also more than true drops. But we see here,
That's drop, and then
let's drop to 1. Let's drop 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 2, 3. Yeah.
and as Leo said, as an A&R manager for a label is going to listen to it as skipped through. So you have to be able to catch the attention of an A&R by creating different variation in there throughout. And you've done a pretty good job of it. But when you get to the last drop, which is the third drop, and then you build back up again, as an A&R, when somebody who would listen to tracks like this is my feedback. Like, I would listen to this track and I would be like, this is a great idea, but can you make it shorter for me? Can you get it to where it's tighter so that I can be able to play it in a set and have DJs play it on a dance floor? And that's where we're giving you the advice. And I go back to it, like, this is really cool ideas. We don't want you to feel bad that we're skipping through it. We like it.
405, that's part of the same drop as drop 1. It may be a different section of drop 1, but it's the same part, I'm considering a drop as the overall part that you're going from one break to the other. You have different sections over here. But again, this is pretty much what we've been listening. It's a different rhythm, but it's the same groove, it's the same everything. So it's the same drop, to be honest.
Yep.
Anyway,
Yeah, and that's 100% true. When DJs buy music, they don't listen to the whole thing anyway. They skip through it and then go, okay, great, throw that in my crate and I'll play it later. So,
Yeah.
yep.
Anyway, skip the parts over there. I feel that we need to make this shorter and make it a little bit more to the point. If you want, I can listen to this all the way through afterwards, and probably the feedback would be the same, but I can listen to it and give you some feedback so you don't feel that I've only listened to one part of the song. But if that's something that would be better to you, I can 100% do that to you. But just don't want you to leave the impression that we're not paying attention to you.
Yeah, giving a best effort. So we're trying to do that for you, give you the best advice we can. So hopefully that works. But
anyway, thank you so much for everyone who's staying that long with us. Brian, how do people reach you at Cyber Vibe?
Usually you could get me either through our Discord is probably the easiest way to do it, or even through the Abstrakt Music Discord. But if you want to get to me directly, you can actually find me on Instagram, DJ Brian GSD. That's a good way to connect with me. And then the other way would just be by email. It's b.garlick, although you have to spell it weird, GARLICK, at gmail.com. So.
Anyway, thank you so much for staying with us. I really appreciate it. Hope you got some good time with us over here. And thank you everyone for staying that long with us. Really appreciate it. Hope that you guys had a good time as well over here. And yeah, see you soon in the next live stream.